Hi there. Thanks for visiting my channel, the home of Christian romance and redemption stories. If you haven't already, please subscribe so you never miss an upload. Chapter 1. Early September. Felicity Cain was going to get fired on her very first day. She hadn't even had the chance to meet the students yet, but what kind of teacher was late on the first day of school? Her fingers gripped the steering wheel of her trusty old sedan with her foot scraping against the rusty floorboard as she pressed the gas. "Mommy!" Her 4-year-old daughter Annie squealed from her car seat. "Mommy, I see a school bus!" Her feet kicked the passenger seat in the excited ignorance of a child who had no idea where money or the roof over her head came from. For her, life was simple enough that a school bus was exciting. And there it was, rolling down the street ahead of them right on time. It was likely their last stop on the line, Reindeer Pass High School. It had been a miracle she'd even gotten the job in the first place, really, but Felicity should have known by now things like that don't happen to her. Smiling at Annie in the rearview mirror, Felicity took a deep breath. At least they were back in Reindeer Pass, and Mom and Dad could finally get their lives back. They'd given up entirely too much when Archer left her pregnant and broke Felicity. He filed for divorce so fast she could have sworn she saw the pen smoking as he signed the papers. It had been even faster when he signed away his rights to Annie, but that was his loss. "You're right, baby. That is a school bus. What color is a school bus?" They'd been working on colors for a while, and Annie got them right most of the time. Though, since it had been a fight over Annie's desire to wear her pink, sparkly shoes to her first day of preschool, rather than her purple light-up ones that made them late that morning, maybe it was both a blessing and a curse. Honestly, Felicity didn't care whether her daughter's clothes matched as long as they were clean, but one of the pink shoes had somehow ended up in the dishwasher. Finally, after 20 long minutes of Annie's meltdown to end all meltdowns, they found the shoe and made it in the car without the lunches Felicity had packed the night before. She'd been so prepared, so ready to ensure a smooth morning for the both of them. But then the pink shoe situation had derailed it all. Still, as Annie shouted the school bus's color with an adorable lisp that made yellow sound more like "you-ow," she couldn't stay mad for long. Mom would be happy to bring lunch to Annie at preschool, and Felicity could scrounge something up from one of the vending machines she'd seen at their summer planning meetings. At least the weather was beautiful that morning, bright and sunny without the smog and pollution she'd always breathed in Los Angeles. The traffic was a welcome change, too, as Los Angeles roads were forever jammed and crowded. An interstate could become a parking lot in minutes, and downtown streets weren't much better. Another quick glance at Annie showed her daughter happily chowing down on a yogurt pouch they'd grabbed on the way out the door, her haphazard bun secured with a bright pink bow atop her head. "Be careful with that yogurt, Peaches," Felicity warned. "We really don't have time to change your clothes before I drop you off at preschool." Just then, as though she'd waited for the most opportune moment, Annie squealed in excitement as they passed a field. "Horsey!" It would have been cute, but the word was followed by a muted squirt from the yogurt pouch, and Felicity looked again to find her daughter's pink and sparkly unicorn shirt covered in strawberry yogurt. Unable to hold back a groan, Felicity grabbed 3 wet wipes out of Annie's bag with a jerk. "Hold still," she grunted as she alternated between stretching over the seat to wipe Annie's shirt and paying attention to the road. Thankfully, there was no one in front of her, and the speed limit was very low, but there was a stoplight ahead. "Do you think you can get the rest?" How much of it had gotten caught by the car seat straps, and would the preschool have an extra shirt for her that morning? Maybe Mom could stop by their house and get a clean shirt when she took Annie's lunch. Tears welled up in Annie's eyes as Felicity came to a stop behind the nondescript white truck already at the red light, and she started to cry. "My shirt is ruined. I'm sorry, Mommy." With that, she threw her head back in a dramatic wail that only a barely 4-year-old could accomplish over spilled yogurt. Whether she was heartbroken over the belief her favorite shirt was ruined or she'd upset Felicity, it was anyone's guess. "It's not ruined," Felicity said as loudly as she could without making the whole thing worse. "It'll come right out when I wash it. It was an accident, right?" The sob slowed, and Felicity shot a quick look towards the red light that had just turned green. Distracted, she moved her foot to the gas pedal but didn't push down. "Accidents happen." Annie nodded, and Felicity started to turn her body back towards the front of the car when a soft thump sounded, and the car came to an abrupt stop. The white truck in front of her apparently hadn't started moving yet, but she'd been too distracted to notice. Seriously, today, of all days? Her trusty old sedan that was nearly as old as she was had barely been moving. But what if she'd somehow damaged the truck? Her bank account balance was barely 3 figures until she got her final paycheck from the daycare she'd worked in back in California, and she only had bare bones insurance as it was. Laying her head down on the steering wheel and praying the driver of the other car would be understanding, tears similar to those in Annie's moments earlier welled up in her own eyes. If they weren't going to be late before, they definitely would be now. A knock at the car window jarred her from her pity party, and she lifted her head only to stare into the ocean blue eyes she'd believed one could drown in when she was 17 years old. Robert Gunn, complete with his short dark hair and fish and wildlife badge pinned to a khaki button-down shirt, and a short-cropped beard only served to highlight his strong jawline, stared at her with both caution and concern. "Felicity," he spoke through the glass. "Are you all right? Is Annie?" Why? Why, out of all the people in Reindeer Pass she could have rolled into, had it been Robert? She'd even have taken Janice Peabody over Robert, and there was no telling what kind of fit she'd have thrown over the situation. Manually rolling down her window since the car was so old it didn't even have power windows, Felicity steeled herself for the first conversation they'd had since they fought at the hospital nearly a month before. Since then, she'd actively avoided the man, and he'd done the same to her. "We're fine. The car was barely moving. I hope I didn't damage anything on your truck." Jerking his thumb towards the old white truck that she now noticed bore the fish and wildlife emblem on the door, Robert chuckled. "That tank? A bomb could go off 2 feet from it, and all it would do is shake some of the rust loose." His expression sobered again, eyes falling on Annie in the back seat. "You're sure you're both okay?" It felt like another world, the world in which he'd have been her children's father. Would they have gotten his kindness? His work ethic? His thoughtfulness? Not that any of it had been directed at her in a long time. Robert Gunn was a good man, far better than the man she'd actually married. That much she knew to be true, but it didn't really matter. The longer she stayed in his proximity, the more her heart hurt, the realization of just how epically everything had gone wrong weighing heavier and heavier on her chest. It didn't help that his dark hair, short beard, and general countenance of ready for anything would forever be exactly her type. If the apocalypse came, Robert Gunn would be left standing, and he'd protect everyone he possibly could in the process. Archer had been the exact opposite in looks and personality, but also in commitment. Gripping the gear shift with white knuckles, Felicity nodded with a smile so big she knew he'd see right through it. "Yep, all good. Sorry again, Robert. Have a good day." With that, she shoved the car in reverse and paid closer attention as she pulled around Robert's parked truck to roll through the green light. Annie's daycare was less than a mile away from school, and she still had 10 minutes until the tardy bell. Maybe, if she hustled, she could at least get there before the students mutinied. Principal Templeton hadn't been one of her favorite teachers in high school, but the assistant principal had been a friend of hers and Robert's long enough to know she wasn't flighty or undependable. "You're just late," she told herself as she pulled into the daycare parking lot. "It doesn't have to be an assault on your character." Pulling Annie from her car seat and hustling her in much faster than she'd have liked for her first day, her first good luck of the day happened when her daughter couldn't have cared less that she left. She ran straight in to play with a set of construction vehicles in the corner, and Felicity had no doubt she'd have dolls driving them before long. Driving a little faster now that it was just her in the car, Felicity made it into the parking lot just as the first bell rang for students to get to class. Well, maybe someone was looking out for her after all. The first time in a long time, she could almost believe it. Robert watched Felicity peel away with growing frustration. Had she not learned anything from rolling into his truck? She needed to be more careful. Okay, maybe she didn't exactly peel away, but she still needed to slow down. His cheeks started to ache, and he realized he'd clenched his teeth so badly as he watched her, his jaw smarted. "Not your concern," he muttered to himself as her hunk of junk sedan with a broken taillight grew further and further away. It would have been his concern had things gone the way he believed they would in high school. Even through college, he'd held on to hope she'd come home, or even let him join her in Los Angeles. Had that happened, there was no way she'd be driving a car that looked like it first came off the lot during the first Bush administration, and her taillight would have been replaced immediately. But it wasn't his concern because she wasn't his wife. Annie wasn't his daughter. It was only hearing she'd up and married the young hotshot producer Archer Cole, that had nailed the coffin shut on any hope he had of rekindling their romance. They were barely married 2 years before her brother, Micah, told him the jerk had left her with a baby in her belly and barely $1 in the bank. Just the thought of it made his fist itch, Archer's fake tan and blindingly white teeth the ideal target. As soon as the image popped in his mind, the sound of a honking horn pulled him back to the present. He was still standing in the street, for goodness sake. Word would get back to Uncle Earl that he'd lost his marbles, though Earl would probably laugh and say he hadn't had many to begin with. Thankfully, it was his friend and pastor Cam's SUV that came to a stop behind him, sticking his head out the window. Car trouble? The man's southern drawl was always more pronounced in the morning, having moved from Alabama a few years before to take over at their small church that had grown by leaps and bounds since he arrived. I could probably tow you to the garage. Nah, Felicity rolled into my truck and I got out to make sure she was okay. And then he'd been distracted by ridiculous thoughts he had no business thinking about what life might have been like if they'd figured things out. I was just getting going. Cam made a show of looking around, brow raised as he did so. And you're still standing in the street staring after her long-gone car because... The corner of his lip quirked up. Never mind, I see it now. Sarah tried to tell me the two of you were like magnets, but I hadn't seen it in action yet. Of course she had, because no one in Reindeer Pass could keep their opinions to themselves. Sarah Quinn was his buddy Micah's girlfriend, finally together after years of dancing around each other as best friends. She'd grown up here too, but the fact that Micah was also Felicity's older brother and Sarah had been her friend even longer than Robert had meant she'd had a front row seat to their hurricane of a high school romance. Hurricane was probably the best way to describe it, as it left nothing but hurt and destruction in its wake. I should get going, Robert said gruffly. He stalked over to his truck, not even fooling with pleasantries after the morning he'd had. See you tomorrow? Cam continued his annoying smirk, clearly amused by the whole situation. At least in the small town, no one else had rolled upon the exchange. You got it, brother. I'll be there with bells on, waiters. The two of them had been fly fishing together since shortly after Cam moved to town, and somewhere along the way the pastor had become one of his best friends. Who'd have thought the high school bad boy who'd been kicked out of boarding school and sent to live with his uncle in a Montana ski resort town would call a pastor his best friend? Only Grace, he guessed. Shutting the heavy door on his town-issued truck, Robert rolled through the green light at a much slower clip than Felicity had earlier, a certain brunette beauty still infuriatingly on his mind. Chapter 2. Felicity swallowed down the thread of tears as her hand turned on the brass knob of the drama room. It wasn't like she hadn't been there to get her room set up during faculty planning, but something about preparing to walk in the door to share her love of drama with kids who might also fall in love with performing felt surreal. It had been a long time since she'd prayed anything meaningful, as the Lord appeared to have stopped listening, but still the understanding she'd take the place of her high school drama teacher in some students' lives felt a little bit miraculous. Mrs. Friesen had retired 4 years before, with 35 years sharing her love of the performing arts with the students at Reindeer Pass High School under her belt. She still lived in town, but she traveled a good deal of the year as a cruise ship singer, something she'd always said was her retirement plan. Every year in high school, Felicity's safe place had been the drama room, the creaky wooden chairs, stadium seating for roughly 50 students, and the small stage at the front as much home to her as anywhere. She'd cheered from middle school all the way to senior year, but that was mostly because her mother had always wanted her to. Unfortunately, Felicity had never loved it the way her mother had, and she never went to the parties some of the other girls did to really bond with them. Rather, she'd spent her weekends with Sarah and Micah watching bad reality television and riding bikes through the neighborhood. Since running and athletics were more her speed, Sarah had never shared her love for drama, but she'd always been faithful to attend every play. As for Robert, it was in this classroom where they'd met for the first time. The bad boy who'd been kicked out of his boarding school for fighting, and the good little church girl cheerleader everyone was terrified he would corrupt. Students had already gone inside, and they clustered in groups throughout the leveled seating. Playbills and collages from plays gone by lined the walls, but Felicity found it curious that there weren't any up since Mrs. Friesen retired. She'd noticed when she came to see the room before school started, but the assistant principal, Chris Poplar, had danced around the subject a little when she'd asked why. "Good morning, students," Felicity said brightly as the final bell rang. She'd barely beaten it, but beaten it she had. A few students rushed in behind her, but she'd give them grace for the first day. Placing her school-issued laptop on the desk in the front of the room, Felicity took in the sight of her first class. A group of boys, some of their backs to her, sat in the top corner laughing and eating what appeared to be their breakfasts. Most of them had shirts on from various sports teams at school, and they clustered together as a tight group. In the other corner, 6 girls seemed to gather around a beautiful blonde girl with impeccable skin, hair, and clothing. She was telling a story about something that had happened over the summer, and the girls hung on every word. All of them were dressed similarly, but none of them could quite pull off the trendy look quite like their queen bee. One of the girls was in the process of doing her makeup, and the dots that would later be blended to contour her already perfect face looked funny at their current point. Another scrolled something on her phone, but both clearly paid attention to the blonde in the middle. Other, smaller groups were scattered throughout the room, sometimes no more than 2 or 3 students. Save for a handful of eclectically dressed kids in the front row, no one paid her any mind at all. She'd dressed conservatively that morning, as Chris had warned her. She would need to establish respect from the get-go with this particular group. Whether that meant Reindeer Pass kids in general or her drama kids, she didn't know. Honestly, she'd only gotten 3 semesters of her online classes for secondary education finished before she'd gotten pregnant with Annie and Archer convinced her to take a break. It was all basics so far, and though she'd jumped back into a new semester, she still hadn't gotten to any education-specific classes. The fact they'd hired her on the contingency that she finish her degree and obtain her certificate within 3 years was a little bit of a miracle in itself. "Students," she cleared her throat as she spoke loudly. "Good morning." Just as they had the first time, the entire lot of them kept talking except for the first row, and she pulled out a long dormant party trick. Sticking her first 2 fingers in her mouth, she let out a whistle that would probably be heard down in Chris's office, and felt a glimmer of satisfaction at the way the room immediately silenced. "There, that's better. Show no fear." That was something else Chris had told her as he'd taken her around the school on a tour. She'd thought the advice silly at the time, but now with 35 students staring at her, a self-consciousness she hadn't worn since high school invaded her body. The girls in the top corner were all dressed cute and trendy, and the boys in athletic wear. They all made her feel a little bit ancient, despite the fact she hadn't quite left her 20s. "All right." As I said, good morning. Let me be the first to welcome you to a new school year. My name is Miss Cain, and I will be your new drama teacher. She'd changed her name back from Cole before Annie was born, as she'd not wanted her daughter to have the name of a man who'd run out on them. I went to school here as well, and this very classroom is where I fell in love with performing. One of the girls sitting with the blonde snorted. "Didn't you move out to LA after graduation and try to make it big?" She used finger quotes for the last words. "We looked you up. You only worked as an extra and did guest spots on a couple of shows. Nothing impressive." They had no idea she'd also had 2 pilots shot that never went anywhere with a large network due to network politics, but they didn't really need to either. She could be honest and still show them she had something to teach them. "Yep, I'm not here to tell you to follow my footsteps in moving to LA. I just want those of you who want to perform to have an outlet to do it." One of the athletes spoke up then, his voice deep despite his young age. "Look, maybe they didn't tell you, but drama here is a joke. We take this class so we have a free period, not so we do any actual work. Mr. Thomas used to just play movies for us every day on the projector. So can we just cut past the introductions and get back to why we're all really here?" He eyed Felicity with both challenge and the cockiness of the most popular kid in high school. Too bad this wasn't her first rodeo. She'd encountered bully after bully among the casting agents of Hollywood and had to think on her feet more times than she could count. "You know, we could, but this drama department used to be the best in the state. Look at all the playbills lining these walls, and the awards above them. We were a force, and I don't plan to let this program die, so no, Mr. James Thorpe," he said gruffly. "Thank you. No, James, we're not just going to get it back to why we're all really here. We're here to learn, and that's what we're going to do." Rather than inspiring the students as she'd planned, her little speech did nothing but earn grimaces and grunts from all but the front row. It was there that she saw the students who really wanted to be here. So often, drama was the place for the misfits to find their spot. She'd been one of them, the good girl with good grades who only really came alive when bringing her spin to another character. The blonde who'd captivated everyone's attention moments before pulled out a makeup palette and began applying eyeshadow over her already perfectly made-up face. "Uh-oh, guys," she said. "We've got a rookie teacher who needs to prove herself. Anyone else gonna head to the office after class and try to get switched out of drama?" Makeup brushed pause, the girl's brow raised in challenge at Felicity. Somehow, the way she responded in this moment felt like the most important thing she'd do that day. Right or wrong, her instincts said to call the girl's bluff. Felicity straightened to her full height, staring down the high school girl with the confidence of someone who hadn't once been bullied by them. As though she faced down casting directors, Felicity took the clipboard from her desk with all her students' names, tucking a pencil behind her ear. "What's your name?" Her minions giggled, and the kids in the front row all watched the exchange with wide eyes. The girl wasn't intimidated, though, not in the least. "I'm Shayla Barrett." Barrett, of course. She was the mayor's daughter. Summoning her backbone, Felicity walked towards the heavy wooden door and pulled it open. Gesturing towards the hallway outside, she returned Shayla's self-assured gaze with one of her own. "All right, Shayla, be my guest. You can head right on down to the office right now if you'd like and request a transfer. I'm not holding anyone in here against their will. This is an elective, and despite what may be the case elsewhere in this town, I'm in charge in this classroom. If you're not willing to participate with at least some modicum of respect for theater and the discipline we practice here, well, here's the door." Shayla's eyes widened, and what Felicity had suspected to be true was confirmed. Ever since she was in high school, the school had required an arts credit to graduate. Band was an option, but those kids had all been playing their instruments since middle school. The school had an art class where they did painting, drawing, and sculpting, but Chris had mentioned at faculty planning that it was full. So were the 2 theater and film appreciation classes Felicity would teach later in the day. If the girl wanted to graduate, she had no choice but to stay and at least do enough to pass. Snapping her eyeshadow palette shut, Shayla shoved it in her bag and leaned further against her seat. She didn't speak again, so Felicity launched into the lesson she'd prepared for the day. At the end of class that morning, Shayla and the rest of her girls hurried out, but 3 of the sophomores who'd sat in the front row approached her sheepishly. One was dressed in black jeans, black high tops, and a band t-shirt, while the girl next to him wore a bright yellow dress and had pulled her hair into a tight braid. The 2 of them reminded her so much of Robert and herself in high school that she nearly did a double take. The last girl wore casual jeans and a t-shirt, but her wild curly hair was the kind Felicity had always coveted. "Miss Cain," the girl in yellow said quickly, "that was brilliant. We were so disappointed when Mrs. Friesen left and we got stuck with Mr. Thomas. He couldn't have cared less about drama or the arts. Don't let Shayla drive you away, please." Her words were so earnest that Felicity couldn't help but smile. "I'm Eleanor, by the way. Can I let you guys in on a secret?" If she remembered correctly from taking roll, the boy's name was Colin and the other girl was Betsy. All 3 nodded, Colin's expression a little more guarded than the girl's. "I've auditioned for some of the meanest casting directors in LA. One incredibly famous director talked through my entire audition only to bring his daughter in for the part I'd auditioned for. I've been told so many times the word has lost all meaning to me, and the 2 pilots I did book never got off the ground." She winked, hopeful they'd understand she actually wasn't bitter about any of it. "High school girls don't scare me." Robert took his cup out from the fancy coffee maker Lawrence had insisted on purchasing for their headquarters the year before. It was fine, but a pot did just fine as far as he was concerned. Still, it was one of those things that didn't hurt anything, so he'd just let it go. "Morning, boss," the rookie said as he looked up from his desk. He was busy studying maps of the national park and surrounding mountain ranges, something Robert had wondered a time or 2 if the kid did off-duty as well. He hadn't grown up in town like Robert and the rest of his staff, moving from California after college, so he'd promised early on that he'd learn every inch of the over 200,000 acres that made up the national park. It was large, but not nearly as large as some of the others in the country. Yellowstone itself boasted more than 2 million acres, and Glacier wasn't far behind it. Still, theirs was respectable, and they had a good staff of 8 to work during the day and alternate call nights. If there was an emergency, Robert always went out on those calls as well, but thankfully there weren't that many of those. He took a sip of his coffee, doing his best to put the incident from that morning behind him. Why, out of all the cars in Reindeer Pass, did Felicity have to roll into his truck? Why had she come home in the first place, if not to torture him with questions about what could have been and never was? Dating since college had been a nightmare, and the few girlfriends he'd had were poor substitutes for the feelings he'd caught as a 16-year-old boy in the very drama classroom she was likely standing in right now. The phone rang, and Lawrence picked it up as Kenna, Darius, and Blake moved through the door. They were all laughing, cutting up at something Darius had said just before they came in. But Robert only briefly raised his hand in greeting before Lawrence's eyes narrowed at whoever spoke on the other line. "Uh-huh, and you said no one was hurt?" His gaze flicked briefly to Robert, but that was all he'd needed to grab his keys off the counter as Lawrence finished up the call. "What happened?" Lawrence moved to the safe where they kept their tranquilizer guns, as well as the real ones, and keyed in the code. Fresh bear tracks at the resort's campground along with some slashed tents. The campers were out hiking, but they returned to find everything they had torn to bits. That didn't make sense. Bears occasionally wandered into the more occupied areas of town, particularly when some camper didn't secure their food properly, but they didn't maul things to pieces unless they were desperate. It wasn't nearly late enough in the season for them to do that, and all the berries they ate their fill of were still blooming daily in the wild. Kenna scrolled down her phone, biting her bottom lip. "We haven't had an overnight freeze yet. What in the world?" Sometimes, if they had an early freeze before bears went to sleep for the winter, the berries in the woods would freeze and burst. The low leaves they ate would fall and die, and the bears got angrier. Usually, though, a hiker could walk by a bear in the wild and never know it was there. "Guess we're about to find out. Kenna, Lawrence, Darius. You three come with me. Blake, Anthony, Josh. You guys split up and go do some rounds through the park. See if you see anything out of the ordinary. Danny, man the phones." His staff nodded at their assignments, and Robert wondered if he was overreacting. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened, but predators wandering into town always put everyone on high alert. The mayor would call 2 or 3 times a day, and they'd get a whole host of calls from folks thinking they saw one in their backyard. Lack of tracks would confirm they hadn't, but Robert couldn't blame them. Full bears were fine, but hungry ones were not. The same went for mountain lions, wolves, and a whole host of other animals with teeth too sharp for comfort. The run-in with Felicity mostly forgotten for the moment, Robert led the team out to one of their SUVs and headed towards the resort. As always, when headed out on what could be a dangerous call, he asked the Lord to go with them. "Guide us and protect us, Lord. We never want to kill one of your creatures if there are other options, but I ask you to guide every step. Keep the team safe and help us serve our community well." Chapter 3. Streamers hung from the bakery's ceiling as Felicity walked in the door to Hannah's going-away party. She'd only just met the woman when she came back to town, but the quirky strawberry blonde was about to head to Europe for 6 weeks to study patisserie from the best chefs in the world. A large banner that read "Bon Voyage Hannah" hung on the back wall, and tiny Eiffel Towers were placed on every table since the bulk of her training would be in Paris. Cookies shaped like French baguettes, as well as baguettes themselves, served as both decoration and refreshment, and a handful of confections Felicity assumed to be French treats sat on the counter. The bell over the door rang again, and she felt her big brother wrap a strong arm over her shoulders. "Quite the party, isn't it?" Micah's grin was large and unbothered, a look he'd sported most of the time since he and his longtime best friend Sarah Quinn finally got together. His other arm was occupied holding Sarah's hand, so Felicity didn't doubt for a second that her brother's happiness was more about his relationship than anything else. The bakery was closed to everyone except those there for the party, but they were packed nonetheless. Sarah leaned her head against Micah's arm and grinned. "You should have seen Becca and me up here late last night trying to hang that banner. It's heavier than we thought, and I almost fell off the counter trying to get it placed. You're not supposed to be climbing anything until your neurologist clears you post-concussion," Micah said with narrowed eyes. As a physician, he had the knowledge to fuel his protective streak. "Why didn't you call me?" Sarah had gotten a concussion back in early August when she and Micah had been attacked during an ultramarathon race. The fact anyone ran that much at a time for fun made Felicity wonder if they shouldn't be checked in the head anyway, but the concussion was a result of the attack. "Because I haven't had a headache in weeks," Sarah replied. And I didn't fall, did I? There was a challenge in her eyes, and it reminded Felicity of how she'd always stood up to Micah when they were teenagers. Micah had always been a little overprotective, first of Felicity and then of Sarah, too. She'd kept him on his toes, that much was sure. Sarah hadn't grown up with the best family, as her father was an addict who'd been framed for abuse by her mother when Sarah was just a child. Her grandmother had left Sarah the small cottage across the street from Felicity's childhood home, and some of her family members thought there was jewelry worth a great deal hidden there. They'd hatched a plan to scare Sarah into selling them the house, but the jewelry had turned out to be long gone, the money in a trust fund for Sarah she'd barely touched other than donating some to a domestic violence shelter in Fairfield. She lived so frugally she rarely even thought about it. Leaving the bickering couple in her wake, Felicity crossed the bakery to speak to Hannah and the bakery owner, Becca. Mom and Dad had been generous enough to watch Annie for an hour or so, while she came to wish Hannah good luck, but she didn't want to be away from her daughter for long. It had been eventful, to say the least. Some of her classes were fairly straightforward, arts credits that existed for the sole purpose of exposing students to great performances before they graduated. Whether in film or on stage, Felicity would do her best to make it all come alive for the students who chose not to sleep through the whole class. As for her first block drama class, though, things were slow going. She'd introduced the first semester play to them, a contemporary reimagining of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, though it was set in a high school with the main characters coming from vastly different social groups and socioeconomic classes. The ending had also been drastically altered, as both main characters end the play alive and possibly together. But the audience is left open to interpret it themselves. The issues of class and prejudice were ones Felicity could relate to quite well, but she did her best not to think too hard on it. A few of the kids had acted excited, but Shayla, James, and their friends had acted as though actually acting in drama class was cruel and unusual punishment. Well, mostly they had. At times, Felicity thought she saw a glimmer in Shayla's eye at the prospect of performing, but she hid it well under thick layers of makeup and sass. It was like a suit of armor, intent on keeping the world out with her facade of perfection, but Felicity saw right through it. She'd seen the same armor over and over in auditions and on the streets of L.A. Beautiful young women with clothes funded by credit card debt slowly chipping away at any ounce of self-worth they once had. Their attempts to show the world their success on social media were incomplete at best, complete lies at their worst. Here in Reindeer Pass, the women she'd gotten to know were real. There was Becca, the fierce mother-hen bakery owner who took in young women like some people adopted stray puppies. Hannah was the brilliant and talented baker who still didn't quite grasp just how good she was. Sarah was the flavor genius with the grit and determination necessary to take on miles and miles of trail running weekly. She'd known Sarah for years, but they'd grown apart since she moved away. None of them were perfect, but they didn't try to be. They were simply real. Felicity approached Hannah and pulled her into a hug. "I'm so happy for you. I know I don't know you very well yet, but from everything Sarah's told me, no one deserves this more." Blushing, Hannah grinned. "I still can't believe I got accepted, but I'll certainly take advantage of it. I'll miss everyone here, though." She turned conflicted eyes on her brand-new fiancé, Jace, the two of them having gotten engaged at the last summer campout for the young professionals at church. It had only been 2 weeks after Felicity arrived, and she'd fought with Robert the same way she had at the hospital after the race. Other than when she'd rolled into his car, it seemed all they did was fight. He didn't understand why she left, and she wasn't about to tell him. It wasn't important anymore anyway. Unfortunately, the man in question chose that moment to arrive at the party, still in his Fish and Wildlife-issued uniform he'd worn the day she ran into his car. As though signaled by just the sight of him, Felicity could almost smell the scent of pine that forever lingered on his clothing from long hours in the woods. Even in high school, when almost nothing seemed to bring Robert peace, the woods did. He spotted her immediately, as though his eyes were drawn to her, and the young pastor who'd taken over her parents' church in the past few years followed behind. Robert's eyes locked on her for just a breath before stepping into a crowd close to the window. Goodness, if the ever-introverted Robert Gunn would willingly bury himself in a crowd of people rather than be forced to acknowledge her, he must really hate her. The thought broke her heart a little, but she couldn't say she blamed him. As far as he knew, she really had left town to follow her failed dream of becoming an actress. A heavy sniff from Hannah pulled her back to earth. Turning back to her new friend, Felicity smiled softly as Jace pulled Hannah into a bear hug. "It'll only be 3 weeks until I see you, sweetheart. And we'll talk every day. Then we'll get to explore Paris together when Becca and I come to visit." Hannah seemed to melt in the comfort of her fiancé's arms, and Felicity swallowed down the pang of envy at the sight. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? It wasn't helpful, and she knew that, but what else was there to say? Hannah needed to go to France, but she had someone she loved back home as well. Honestly, if Felicity had left town for the reason she said she did, she'd probably relate to the woman on some level. Unfortunately, she hadn't, and having to choose between following your dreams and staying with your love wasn't a choice she'd ever been given. "And hey," Felicity continued with a nod towards Hannah's left hand, "you could always elope in Paris. How romantic would that be?" Becca's big brown eyes widened as she spoke, and the sisterly tone she normally reserved for her actual little brother Jace came in full force. "They better not. The whole town is looking forward to their wedding." Laughing, Jace shook his head. "Yeah, what would Janice Peabody do if we didn't invite her to the wedding? I'm certain I'd get a strongly worded letter at the station." He shuddered dramatically, still in his police uniform from work that day. Despite the fact that he was very much taken, as well as his being not far off a brother to her, Felicity had to admit Jace Todd looked handsome in uniform. It was no wonder Hannah had fallen for him so quickly, and seeing the two of them so happy was sweet. "You'd probably wake in the middle of the night with a gargoyle by your bed," Felicity joked. Mrs. Peabody owned the antique shop in town with 2 monstrous gargoyles out front. Apparently, someone had yarn-bombed them over Christmas with custom tacky Christmas sweaters, but no one had actually owned up to it yet. There was a group of knitters in town to watch the mistletoe magic baking competition, so really the perpetrator was anyone's guess. They chatted for a few more minutes before Felicity glanced at the time and realized she needed to get home to put Annie to bed. Her parents had done it for her many nights in California, but that part of their life was over. As much as possible, Felicity wanted to be the one who got to enjoy bedtime snuggles and bathtime silliness. She no longer had to work 2 jobs to keep a roof over their heads, and she'd take advantage of the extra time with her daughter. On her way out, Felicity felt Robert's presence more than saw him initially, but she stopped when she heard his deep voice call her name on the mostly deserted sidewalk. "Felicity," he said softly as the door clicked shut behind him. "Just wanted to check and make sure no damage cropped up on your car after the accident." Accident. That was a strong word for the tiny bump that had taken place. "No, everything's fine. Besides, my car has so many dings in it you probably wouldn't notice anyway." She'd meant it as a joke, but Robert's eyes darkened. "Yeah, about that. Did you know you have a broken taillight?" "Yeah, I'll get around to fixing it eventually." Money in California had been tight, and she'd done her best not to take money from anyone in her family. It had taken 2 jobs to accomplish, but she was proud of what she'd managed to do. Not a big deal. It's a big deal if you have a child in the car to think about. What had previously been a self-conscious annoyance transformed fully into anger now. "Are you questioning my ability to properly parent my daughter because I prioritized her needs over a taillight?" The train of her anger had left the station, and it was at that moment Felicity knew why her family had always said she should have been a redhead. "Let me add more fuel to the fire for you. I've been using dollar store shampoo for myself for 2 years because she breaks out with anything less than the good stuff. I've skipped meals and survived on ramen noodles so she could have a full belly when she went to bed. I've had absolutely no social life since she was born, so I could work 2 jobs to put a roof over her head, and I pawned my engagement ring so I could buy her a top-of-the-line car seat and breathable crib mattress." Robert looked both stunned and embarrassed at her outburst, but whether the embarrassment was directed at her or himself, she had no idea. "Felicity, No," she said quickly as she started to back away down the main drag of town. "You have every right to be mad at me, Robert Gunn, but I am a good mother. Every decision I've made since that little girl was born was for her to grow up safe and happy." Turning on her heel, she ignored him calling after her as she went. He could criticize many things about her. She'd probably nod right along, but no one could accuse her of putting anyone but Annie first. Always. every time. Robert watched Felicity storm down the street with every bit of the temper he remembered. She'd always been sunshine and flowers to most people, but those who were close to her would occasionally see the fire he'd so loved. He hadn't meant to imply she wasn't a good mother or that she didn't have Annie's best interests at heart, but that's exactly how it had sounded. The door opened, and Micah and Cam stepped out onto the front porch of the bakery, both expressions full of questions. "So," Cam said as he crossed the wood planks and leaned against the rail. "That seemed to go well." Micah snickered, but he sobered quickly. "What did you guys fight about this time?" No use beating around the bush. "She rolled into my truck earlier this week at a red light, and I noticed afterwards that one of her brake lights was broken. I followed her out tonight to make sure she hadn't had any damage from the accident, but also to tell her the brake light was broken in case she didn't know." Let me guess," Micah said as he crossed his arms over his chest. "She made some sort of flippant comment about how she would get it fixed one of these days, and you pressed the issue." "I said it was a big deal if there was a child in the car to think about." Letting out a low whistle, Micah pursed his lips. "Yep, you hit the detonate button. I assume she put you in your place so I don't have to." "She did, but it does need to get fixed. I didn't mean to make it sound like she was a bad mom." "But you did," Cam finished. "Look, I can replace a busted tail light, and I can do it for just the cost of the parts. Micah, since she'll probably bite our boy here's head off if he so much as looks at her car, see if you can bring it to my house one day this week." "You know," Micah said, "I always forget you know your way around cars." "Most people do. Bring it by whenever. I'll get it fixed up." Cam snorted. He more than knew his way around them. From what he'd told Robert, his father and grandfather had both run a mechanic shop back in Alabama that they'd always expected him to take over one day. When the Lord called him into ministry, they'd been angry he deviated from the plan. He'd grown up fixing cars and even worked at the shop every summer home from college. "Will do, but for now I'd better get back inside. If I don't help Sarah and Becca take the banner down after the party, my girl's going to end up back on a ladder again with a concussion." He shook his head and blew out a frustrated breath, muttering something about stubborn women. Once he'd gone back inside, Cam checked his phone. How'd the call over at the resort go the other day? They'd been supposed to have lunch, but Robert had ended up needing to cancel due to the busted-up campsite. It was pretty ugly. The bear tracks were clear, and it looked like there actually might have been more than one. If they hadn't been out hiking, there's no way we wouldn't have been looking at a real attack. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Only twice in his career had he responded to a bear attack on a human, and both times had haunted his dreams for months. Any idea what attracted them? Did the campers not put their food away properly? "That's the thing," Robert said. "They'd done everything they were supposed to. I spent hours talking to them and investigating their campsite, but found nothing that should have attracted two different bears. The manager's freaking out, of course, because tourist blogs and social media tend to catch wind of this stuff. If we can't get things under control quickly, they're bound to lose business this year." "Surely the bears won't still be a problem by the time ski season comes around, right?" Cam hadn't been here all that long, so the idea of multiple large predators was a new one for him. Robert shoved his hands in his pockets. "Maybe not, but wolves and mountain lions could be. If something's attracting them, I need to figure out what it is before someone gets hurt. Tents and cook stoves can be replaced, but lives can't. And the resort can't afford to have a ton of lost reservations," Cam said. "They employ a fourth of the town, and tourists here make a big difference for all the business owners." He was right. Reindeer Pass was a tourist town. Tourism dollars mattered, and they had to do everything they could to keep them coming in. "Yep, so send up a few prayers we can get this solved quickly." Robert chuckled, knowing how frustrated Cam would get by his comment. Just as he'd imagined, his friend's eyes narrowed. "You know good and well the Lord listens to your prayers too. I'll add mine on, but pastors don't have a special line we call." "I know, I just like to see that vein in your forehead pop a little." Chapter 4. Felicity tilted her head upward and basked in the sunshine that bathed the green space outside the art wing of the high school. Thankfully, she had fifth period planning, so she didn't have to scarf down her lunch the way most teachers did. The stone bench she perched on looked out over the football stadium, empty, except for the coach moving back and forth across the space with the line painting device. It was still warm for the time being, but the weather would start to cool off by the end of September. As it was, they were barely a week into school, and already she could feel snips of northern wind coming in while outside at night. The tiny brick house she'd managed to find for herself and Annie kept cool fairly well over the summer, so hopefully the furnace would be able to keep it warm through the winter. Every time Felicity sat on the bench and looked out over the football field and the farmland surrounding it, she flashed back to moments from her own high school experience. Memories seemed to linger in the air of homecoming games in which Micah and Jace cemented their roles as the heroes of the school while she watched from the sidelines with the other cheerleaders. She could almost feel her own excitement when Sarah, her best friend through pretty much their entire school experience, came into her own in running, and the moments when they'd had pep rallies on the field before the weather turned. But then, the field wasn't devoid of difficult moments either, particularly that certain spot under the bleachers where she'd sought refuge after her entire world felt like it was crashing down. She'd stumbled down the hill, skipping class for the first time ever, ignoring texts on her old flip phone from Robert and Sarah, checking to see where she'd gone. The moment in the bathroom that day, 18-year-old Felicity saw her entire plan for her future go up in smoke, disappointing everyone with just how perfect she wasn't. That was the day her faith started to break down, and she knew the feeling Adam and Eve must have felt in the garden when they had to don their animal skins for the first time. The shame choked her, and it was the first domino that altered the rest of her life. The memory made her want to go back in time and hug the crying girl, to tell her it would all be okay, but she'd never get that chance. Almost as though pulled by a force greater than herself, Felicity's gaze shifted to the same spot under the visitors' bleachers where she'd escaped to. A figure, almost completely hidden behind the gray aluminum structures and field fencing, sat there all by itself. Placing her turkey sandwich on the bench, Felicity stood and brushed the crumbs off her long red skirt. The last few years in California, she'd developed somewhat of a bohemian style. Bright colors and bold patterns had always been something she'd loved, but the darker jewel tones of the same colors had seemed to mature alongside her. Was her style the most fashionable? No, probably not. But the long flowy skirts, strappy sandals, and gauzy tops made her the most comfortable. Not to mention Annie always told her she looked like a princess. The thought of her daughter spurred her on a little faster towards what she now realized was a female student curled up under the bleachers. She sat with her knees pulled up to her chest, blonde hair draping over her jeans as she buried her face there. Heart sinking at the sight, Felicity did her best to stay in the present moment as she crouched to the ground in front of the girl. "Shayla," she said softly. "What's wrong, honey? Why are you out here?" Shayla lifted her head, the normally popular and perfectly put-together girl a puffy mess of tears and mascara. I had to get out of there for a while." Whether it was what she was supposed to do or not, Felicity had no idea. Still, she plopped to the ground and crossed her own legs, adjusting her skirt with relaxed movements as though the two of them were perfectly at ease together, and Shayla wasn't currently risking detention by skipping class. "I've been there. Want to talk about it?" No. Memories threatened to attack her again, but she pushed them down. Robert had eventually skipped his own classes to come find her when she hadn't answered, but she'd snapped at him and run off. The concern and confusion in his big hazel eyes would be seared into her memory forever, but there was nothing else she could have done in that moment. Had she overreacted with Robert at Hannah's party the other day? Maybe. Her self-image had never been fantastic, but questioning her motherhood was the one thing that gave her a hairpin trigger. She'd been completely honest in listing all the things she'd done to give Annie a safe and reliable childhood, but guilt was also her constant companion. Guilt that she and Archer hadn't been able to give her a two-parent home. Guilt that she had to work so much through Annie's toddlerhood just to put a roof over their heads. Guilt that sometimes the exhaustion and stress over bills piling up made her snap. Guilt that exhaustion meant she sometimes dreaded the moments when Annie would ask her to play, when all she really wanted to do was snuggle up on the couch and watch a princess movie. It was probably a companion of most mothers, regardless of what choices were best for their family, but that didn't make her feel any better. Watching Shayla hastily dry her tears on her sweatshirt, the one that was far too warm for the weather, Felicity wondered what she'd want someone to say to Annie in this situation. After a noisy noseblow, Shayla finally answered her. "No, I don't really want to talk about it." She wasn't mean about it, but she met Felicity's eyes with challenge. "Are you going to report me for skipping lunch?" That's why there hadn't been an email to all the teachers that a student who'd been marked present all day had suddenly gone missing. For what purpose? So you can go hang out with Mr. Coogan in detention? Something tells me you're not out here for kicks and giggles or to vape. Am I wrong? Shayla chuckled, though it didn't reach her eyes. No, I'm not out here to vape. I just needed some space. I've got a lot going on. A softness Felicity hadn't seen in Shayla since she'd met her flashed in her expression, but it was replaced just as quickly with her familiar mask. Listen, I have to go. Please don't tell anyone you saw me out here, especially not Mrs. Marble. Patty Marble was the same guidance counselor who'd been at school when Felicity was there, but she was more an academics counselor than anything. The amount of pressure the woman put on Felicity to pick the right school and get the highest scores you can had made it feel like she was about to explode. All right, but please promise me you'll talk to someone if you need help. You're not the first cheerleader to cry under the bleachers, Shayla. The bell rang then, and any lingering camaraderie they might have experienced slammed shut as Shayla's body language changed, and she snatched up her purse. Look, don't try to bond with me, Miss Cain. We're not the same. I'm going to be a surgeon one day, not a washed-up wannabe actress. As she took off up the hill, Felicity couldn't even find it in herself to be hurt at her words. For the first time since she met Shayla, she recognized the girl for what she was, a teenage girl under far too much pressure to be perfect. Her perfection came with a whole lot more attitude and sass than Felicity's ever had, but it was perfection nonetheless. Robert pulled into the high school parking lot, hoping with everything in him he wouldn't run into Felicity on his way in to talk to Chris. Chris Poplar was the assistant principal after spending the first 5 years of his career teaching in the agriculture department. He was part educator, part cowboy, and overall a man the students should be grateful to have in their corner. Hustling through the courtyard as the last crop of lunch students made their way inside, Robert spotted the large tree where he'd seen Felicity for the first time. He'd been nothing more than an angry kid, the skies in his own heart dark and gray, but seeing her there in her bright blue dress, it was like he'd been hit over the head with her goodness. Uncle Earl, you don't have to walk me in, Robert grumbled as he followed his uncle through the courtyard of students congregating before school. I promise I won't skip class on my first day. I'll save that until I've at least been here a week. He was joking mostly, and Earl's lips twitched. Look, kid, I told your dad I'd make sure you got in safely, and I keep my promises. It was clear he had more to say about his brother's particular brand of parenting, but he kept his mouth shut anyway. That much Robert could appreciate about Uncle Earl. He was a longtime veteran of the Fish and Wildlife Department, the dream job in Robert's estimation. He got to spend all day in the woods with virtually no humans and make sure animals and land weren't mistreated. That was probably an oversimplification, but it was close enough. I'm not sure why he cares if someone walks me in now. It's not like he's ever done it before. In fact, he'd walked into his very first day of kindergarten by himself, the driver barely even waving goodbye before he picked up a phone call. Of course, neither of his parents could be bothered to actually attend, and the memory of all the other parents tearfully hugging their babies while Robert watched awkwardly was one he'd never forget. Earl didn't speak again for a moment, or if he did, Robert didn't hear him, because it was at that moment he saw her. There, sitting under a shady tree with another girl, sat a brown-haired beauty who seemed to have light radiating from every part of her. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, a thought Robert would have punched himself in his own face to speak out loud. A bright blue short-sleeved dress contrasted her olive skin, but it was her smile that took hold of his heart and refused to let go. She laughed with the girl next to her before looking up and catching him staring. Her, in her bright blue first day of school dress, and him in his black jeans and black heavy metal band t-shirt. They were light and dark, sunshine and rain, but when she lifted her hand in an awkward wave, he knew he was a goner. Shaking his head to dispel the memory, Robert clasped the handle of the school's front door and pulled it open. It would take him right to the office, the place he'd spent a fair amount of time as a student, but that was far better than the courtyard. The memory of his first day at Reindeer Pass High School, a sophomore who'd been kicked out of boarding school for fighting, when most kids had eyed him with suspicion and fear. Not Felicity. She'd plopped down next to him in drama class and declared herself his welcoming committee, not because she had any sort of crush on him at that point, but because it's who she was. In fact, later, she'd formed the Ambassadors Club with the express purpose of welcoming new students, a club he was pretty sure was still in action today. The tardy bell rang as the secretary buzzed him into the office, and the guidance counselor looked up from the stack of papers she sifted through on the counter. "Robert, what brings you up here?" She shot a glance towards the secretary before turning her attention back to him. "We don't have a squirrel problem again, do we?" "Not that I know of, Mrs. Marble. I'm here to see Chris. Is he in?" Patty Marble, one of the loudest voices in Felicity's ear, warning her away from the bad boy with a reputation for getting into trouble, had not been Robert's biggest fan in high school. Felicity had been her golden girl, the one she'd always anticipated would be her first Ivy League placement until Felicity ran off after graduation to Los Angeles. Honestly, the woman might have been nearly as heartbroken as Robert had been. Now, though, she didn't appear to hold anything against him. "He should be in from lunch duty in just a minute. You're welcome to take a seat in his office and wait." "Will do. Thanks, ladies." As he stepped into Chris's office, his own stomach growled as he realized he'd not eaten anything since his breakfast just before 5 that morning. He'd have to stop and get something on the way back to headquarters, but his reason for coming was more important at the moment. They'd had yet another predator sighting at the resort, this time a mountain lion. Of course, the manager and owner were frantic to get it solved before ski season, but this one had gotten even closer to the main resort property than the bear. One of the kitchen staff had gone out that morning to find a mountain lion hopping out of their large dumpster and darting off into the woods. That was odd behavior, as they weren't typically the predators that got into trash, but it wasn't unheard of. Once the kitchen worker's heart had slowed enough to call for help, they'd had Robert and his team out within minutes. Tracks had confirmed the sighting, but no one could guess what had attracted the animal in the first place. It was a long shot, talking to Chris, but at least he might be able to put an ear to the ground and find out if kids were partying in the woods again. That had been the cause the last time they'd had a predator problem, but they hadn't come across any such sights this time. Chris's voice in the main office carried, and Robert sat up a little straighter. Something about being in the assistant principal's office, even if it was his friend, made him do so. Chris clapped him on the back as he entered, his blonde hair and large build more at home under a cowboy hat than styled like it was. He also preferred jeans and boots to dress pants and loafers, but he dressed the part while at school. "Hey man, I saw your truck in the parking lot. What brings you down today?" Chapter 5. Felicity moved down the hallway to the copy room after her last class of the day, trying not to dread coming back the next day. Some of her classes had gotten off to a good start, particularly the ones where they just watched movies and discussed the finer points of the cinematic experience. But her drama classes felt like pulling teeth every single day. Her main drama class, the first one that visited during the day, had balked at the improv games she'd tried to hype for them, something she couldn't remember ever doing as a student. Was it just that she had to cull the drama program once again to students who actually wanted to be there? Was she an awful teacher? Was this generation of kids just built differently? Her sandals clacked on the tile floor as she approached the office, flipping through her stack of papers rather than looking where she was going. It wasn't until she ran headlong into a solid body with the familiar scent of pine that her head shot up, and she stared straight into Robert's eyes. What are you—" "Sorry," he said quickly. His strong hands had grasped hold of her arms when they collided, but he still hadn't let go, though she'd caught her balance again. "I wasn't really looking where I was going. I didn't step on your foot, did I?" He eyed her feet, barely visible under the long skirt, brows knit together as he studied them for injury. "No, I'm fine. What are you doing here?" She kept her tone measured, trying not to remember the embarrassing scene at Hannah's party. Being there in the hallway, the place where they'd spent so much time, it brought everything back from all those years ago. In fact, if she was being honest, the moment Felicity fell a little bit in love with Robert Gunn was right there in the same hall. A bead of sweat dripped down 15-year-old Felicity's back as she tried to put as much distance between her and Carter, Chandler, and Gray as possible. Those guys were the worst, and for some reason they'd chosen her as their target. Teen movies made it seem like the cheerleaders never got picked on, but they were wrong, especially if you were also the drama club girl with straight A's. At least for these guys, the ones who'd started in on her the third day of freshman year, it didn't matter who your brother was or what activities you did, you were fair game if they decided on you. If they weren't teasing her and making suggestive comments just to get a rise out of her, they were crowding her personal space and intimidating her just to get a reaction. She always had to pass them on the way from third to fourth period, and every day they made her dread the trek. Micah didn't know about it, as he was nowhere near this side of the school during this time, and she'd do her best to keep it that way. The very last thing she needed when trying to make her own way at school was her overprotective big brother stepping in and putting her right back into his shadow. "There she is, boys," Chandler said, as he looked up from his locker. The junior boys seemed to get a sick pleasure in making her squirm. "It's Mother Teresa." Carter swaggered towards her, as though her whole face hadn't just started pouring sweat. "Nah, Chan. She's not Mother Teresa. She's Mary herself." "Ah," Chandler replied as he stepped in her path. "That's right. The Virgin Mary, right?" He reached his hand down and swatted at her dress, the pink one that hit just above her knees. "At least that's what she wants us to think." The skirt swished. Goosebumps rose on her arms. Jumping back, Felicity gritted her teeth. "Leave me alone, Chandler. What did I ever do to you?" Gray threw a heavy arm around her shoulders, his body odor accosting her senses. "Don't be such a prude, Cain. Maybe we just all have a crush on you." Spinning out of his hold, Felicity tried to step around Chandler, but he stuck his foot out. The toe of her ballet flat caught on his big gray sneaker, and she registered the fact she was falling just as two strong arms came around her to save her from hitting the ground. Those same arms steadied her, and she stood to her feet to stare into the prettiest hazel eyes she'd ever seen. The new kid from her drama class, Robert something, stared at her with such an intensity it made her stomach do backflips. "Are you all right, Felicity?" His voice was low, measured, but the tension radiating off him was anything but. "These idiots didn't hurt you, did they?" His jawline was strong, and his muscles larger than the typical sophomore boys, but he was still lean in a way that only boys his height could accomplish. "No." Why did her voice come out like a whisper? "I'm fine." "Good." Robert released her and knelt to pick up the books she'd dropped. Handing them to her, he turned his attention to Chandler, Gray, and Carter. Despite his being a year younger than them, he had a couple of inches and definitely some bulk on all of them. Still, it was 3-on-1 if it came to blows. "I'm going to say this once and only once. I hate bullies, and I got kicked out of my old school because I put 2 of them in the hospital at the same time." He cracked his knuckles, squaring his shoulders. "Want to see if I can go for 3? Felicity couldn't have spoken if she'd tried. He looked so intimidating there in his black jeans and black band t-shirt, his shoes the ones she'd seen the skater kids in school wear. His brown hair was cropped short, and the only time she'd ever seen him without a scowl was when she'd introduced herself in drama on his first day. All 3 guys shook their heads, and Carter blew out a breath. "Fine, dude. No need to go all Hulk on us. We were just messing with Cain here. She's our friend." "Oh, am I?" Felicity muttered loud enough for Robert to hear. "The lady has spoken, jerks. Don't mess with her again, or I'm going to end up in juvie and not regret it for a second." As the bullies scurried off in the other direction, Robert turned around to face Felicity with a smirk as the tardy bell rang. "Better hurry to class, sunshine, and let me know if they bother you again, okay?" Finally, Robert let go, shoving his hand in the pockets of his khaki pants and pulling her out of the past. He filled out his uniform well, but he'd always been muscular even as a kid. It was part of why he'd been so intimidating to others, including the guys who'd never so much as looked her way again. "I came to talk to Chris about some issues we're having with wildlife coming too close to the resort. Last time this happened, it was due to a bunch of kids partying after a dance and leaving stuff in the woods. We haven't seen a spot like that yet, but I asked him to keep an ear out." She could see it then, the anxiety in his deep hazel eyes, the way he'd always had when someone around him needed protection. "Makes sense. I'll do my best to listen too, though I'm not exactly the popular teacher on campus." She shrugged, doing her best not to let old insecurities crop up. The corner of Robert's lip quirked up, and he once again looked like the boy from high school everyone had warned her away from. He'd gotten kicked out of boarding school for fighting, but he'd actually just been defending a girl whose boyfriend decided he didn't want to take no for an answer. Too bad he was the kid of the school's biggest donor, so Robert had taken the fall. Now he no longer looked like the angry kid with the chip on his shoulder, though he was still a quiet man who preferred his time in the woods over time spent with just about any person. To be honest, Annie would probably love him. Just like her mother, she gravitated towards people who seemed like they might need a friend, and she'd always loved animals far more than dolls. Thanks, he said. How has your first week gone? She paused, biting her lip before speaking. What could she really say? She didn't regret coming here, as the environment was far better for Annie than Los Angeles ever would have been, but she still wondered if teaching was right for her. It was all she'd ever wanted, but her online courses to finish her degree didn't exactly tell her what to do, when a grand total of 3 kids out of 40 actually wanted to be in the class. It's been an adjustment, but I'm hoping I can win them over soon. If anyone can, it's you. After all, who'd have thought Sunshine personified would have ended up with the heavy metal-loving troublemaker? As soon as he spoke, pain he tried to mask filled his eyes, but it wasn't like the memories didn't hit her every time she walked in anyway. You were always more than that, Robert. Despite his facade of toughness, he'd always been kind-hearted, compassionate, intelligent, and funny. Most people didn't take the time to see it, but it was there. One of the reasons Felicity loved acting was that she'd always been able to see past the masks others put on. But as she'd gotten older, she'd realized it was because she had perfected the masquerade herself. He let out a breath, and she could almost see him searching for the right words. Once upon a time, conversation between them had flowed effortlessly, as though they were 2 sides of the same coin. Now, not so much. Listen, I wanted to apologize for what I said about your tail light. I didn't mean to imply you weren't a good mother. I know you've given up everything for that little girl. She's lucky to have you. It meant more than she cared to admit, especially coming from him. Thanks for that. I've been a single mom since the day she was born, so I get a little sensitive regarding the opinions of others. Sorry for overreacting. His whole body tensed, and she recognized the familiar protectiveness he'd always had. Is her father around at all? No, and good riddance. He signed away his rights so fast it made my head spin. It breaks my heart that Annie will never know that side of her family, but it makes it easier when it comes to making the best decisions for her. Plus, I don't have to share custody and miss out on time with her. Plus, I'm sure your dad and Micah are happy to step in as much as they can. His body had relaxed a little, though he still looked like he could fight off a bear with only his hands if he needed to. I can't think of better men to have around. That much was true, though she'd still made the awful decision of choosing Archer in the first place. Finally taking in the space around her, Felicity realized the students had mostly cleared out, and only teachers and staff appeared to be left in the building. Yeah, they've been a huge help. Anyway, I've got to go make these copies before I go get Annie. I hope you get the situation at the resort sorted out. Thanks, we're going to do our best. He gestured for her to go first, as the copy room was in the same direction as the exit doors. Just as she turned the corner to the teacher workroom where the copy machine was held, his quietly spoken words had her stopping in her tracks. You deserve better. You always did. He'd barely spoken, the sound low enough she wasn't even sure if he'd meant for her to hear it, but she had nonetheless. Most of what they'd done since she'd come back to town had been fighting with one another, both well aware that the pain of the past was the strife's driving force. By the time she worked up the courage to face him again, he'd already disappeared down the long hallway and back into the sunshine of the courtyard. The counselor, Mrs. Marble, looked up from the copy machine and raised a brow. Was that Robert I heard you talking to out there? It must be quite the reunion for you two. Despite her short stature, she somehow still managed to look down her nose at Felicity, though honestly she couldn't blame her. Felicity had been one of Mrs. Marble's pet projects in high school, and leaving town with no college plans only to return a decade later as a single mom had to be disappointing. Then again, disappointing people seemed to be what she was best at. It was Robert, but we barely know each other now. No dramatic reunions for the ladies to gossip about at game night. She didn't specifically accuse Mrs. Marble of searching for gossip, but the woman could take what she wanted to from it. Back in high school, Mrs. Marble had warned Felicity away from Robert multiple times, not that it had done any good. Now, it seemed as though the roles were switched in her mind, and Robert was the one settling for less than the best. Mrs. Marble slammed the lid of the copier shut, with far more force than necessary, and moved towards the door. You know, she said with a raised brow that had been tweezed within an inch of its life. I suppose I was wrong about your relationship after all. The thin line her lips set into left it clear her words shouldn't be misconstrued as contrition, but Felicity refused to be talked down to. Thanks, Mrs. Marble. I accept your apology. Have a nice night. With that, Felicity stepped around the woman and placed her papers in the copier tray before punching in her code. Her conversation with Robert had been pleasant, but that was it. Honestly, it was probably better she just forgot the whole exchange. Hope was foolish for her anyway. In high school, she'd been the one in church every Sunday, while Robert had respectfully disagreed with everything she believed. Now, he was the one with the strong faith in God, while she couldn't say the last time she'd actually listened to a sermon or prayed. She'd been to church with her parents since she got back to town, mostly because Annie enjoyed her Sunday school class. But all she'd gotten out of the services was that there were 187 ceiling tiles in the sanctuary, 210 chairs, and 18 outlets high enough for her to count. Needless to say, she'd not exactly paid attention. No, she and Robert were history, and they could possibly forge a friendship at best. Other than that, the ship had sailed. Robert passed through the produce aisle at the grocery store, doing his best to be polite to folks he knew without inviting too much conversation by that point in the day. He waved to Mrs. Clarice as she thumped 2 different melons and tried to decide which one to buy. Wade Lawson, a relatively new employee of the resort, placed 2 whole roasting chickens in his cart while giving a quick head nod. Janice Peabody acted like she didn't even see him, though she was pretty busy comparing expiration dates on packages of steak and sniffing the contents as though the stickers lied to her. Robert thought through what he already had at home, mentally checking things off his grocery list as he went. Spinach, carrots, kale, apples, blueberries, tomatoes, and a host of other items went into his cart. But his mind wasn't really focused on the food. Why in the world had he opened his mouth and told Felicity she deserved better? She did, and if Archer ever set foot within 100 yards of her or Annie, his fighting days might not be behind him after all. But the way she'd stopped in her tracks, unwilling to turn and face him, it had sat in his gut like a brick all afternoon. Had they been close to a breakthrough where they might at least not fight every time they saw each other, and he'd just ruined it? If not, it would be a miracle. Robert pushed his buggy over to the meat, grabbing a large pack of chicken breasts and a couple steaks. He had ground beef at home already, but he could probably use some more turkey burgers since he'd started taking them for lunch most days. He'd just rounded the corner into the bread aisle when the sight of Micah, Sarah, Felicity, and Annie made him the one who stopped short. Sarah waved briefly from her spot by the specialty bakes, as did Micah, but Felicity was distracted trying to tug a bag of highly sugary cinnamon bread from Annie's hands. "Please, Mommy," the 4-year-old begged as tears ran down her cheeks. "I won't eat it all tonight, and I'll even share with Mr. Frizzles." Her cotton unicorn dress had a large dirt smudge running down the side, and her hair, which had likely been pigtails that morning, had turned into a lopsided mess. She was adorable, and she looked just like her mother. At the moment, Felicity looked exhausted, and Micah reached down to take the cinnamon bread from both their hands. "How about this? Instead of yucky old cinnamon bread that's probably stale anyway, why don't we have some ice cream at Grammy's tonight after the cookout?" "Ooh," Sarah said excitedly. "That sounds delicious. Your Grammy's homemade ice cream is way better than that stuff." She wrinkled her nose as though the very thought of it was gross, matching Micah's expression. Immediately, the tears dried in the way 4-year-olds are known for, and Annie's big blue eyes that looked exactly like Felicity's turned to her uncle. "Oh, can we, Uncle Micah? Can we, Mommy?" Cinnamon bread forgotten, Annie hopped onto the perch at the front of the cart, ready to be transported the rest of the way. It was only then that Felicity looked up and noticed Robert, and he noticed her fiddling with the gauze of her long skirt as she smiled softly. "Of course we can, baby. Mommy never passes up Grammy's ice cream." She winked at Annie before returning her attention to Robert. "Long time, no see." It had barely been 2 hours since he'd seen her at school and shown his cards by saying how she deserved better, but at least she didn't appear angry about it. "I guess we've all got to eat." Smiling down at Annie, the spitting image of Felicity in her unicorn dress, olive skin, and big smile. "What's this I hear about ice cream?" It was the first time he'd talked directly to the child, and he felt rather than heard Felicity's sharp intake of breath. She didn't say anything, though, and Annie didn't appear to notice. "Oh, yeah. Grammy is famous for her ice cream. She used to make it all the time in California, especially when she said Mommy got too skinny." "Awesome," Felicity grumbled. Called out by a 4-year-old. "For the record, I never got too skinny." Grammy said you did, Mommy. She said you were working too hard and had too much month at the end of the mummy, or something like that. So she brought us food because you gave yours to me. Her mispronunciation of the saying was adorable, but the idea of Felicity struggling in California made him want to put his fist through a wall, or through Archer's face. Either would do. Felicity's face was now a vibrant shade of red, but there was something else in her eyes, too. Sadness, maybe? We got by. Besides, there's nothing wrong with having to pinch pennies every now and then. It makes us stronger, right? She held out her hand for Annie to high-five, something the child obliged with fervor. Yeah! Whipping her head back to Robert, she cocked it to the side. Are you the man Mommy bumped into in her car? What's your name? My name is Robert, and I sure am. And you're Annie, right? I am. I'm 4, and you should come with us to Grammy and Pop-Pop's house for dinner tonight. We're having boogers. Micah burst into laughter while Felicity smacked him in the chest. That's your fault, Uncle Micah. It's pronounced burgers, baby. Burgers. Nope. Uncle Micah said it's more fun to call them boogers. Do you want to come eat some tonight, Mr. Robert? Pop is almost as good at grilling as my Grammy is at ice cream.
He did burn my chicken that one time, but it was okay because he just traded with me.
Felicity sighed. Welcome to the 4-year-old information train. Once it's left the station, no secret is safe. Annie, Mr. Robert probably already has plans tonight, and you need to ask permission before you invite people over. Finally getting hold of himself, Micah pulled out his phone. There will be plenty. I'll text Mom and have her add one more. If you want to come, that is. His eyes darted between Robert and Felicity, the ball clearly in his court. Opening his mouth with every intention of politely declining, Robert surprised himself and apparently everyone else with what came out. I'd love to. Thanks for inviting me, Annie. Boogers are my favorite. Chapter 6. Felicity looked over her shoulder as they left the grocery store, checking to make sure the coast was clear before turning a glare on her brother. Why did you do that? What? Micah's innocent act might have been believable, were it not for his twinkling eyes. It wasn't me anyway. I was just saving my niece from having to rescind an invitation. Sure you were. Snorting, Sarah rolled her eyes. But Felicity, what did you mean when you said long time, no see? I ran into Robert at school this afternoon. He was there to talk to Chris about a predator problem they've had recently around the resort because last time students partying in the woods is what led to the issue. This one seems a little more involved, though. How so? I don't really know. He just seemed pretty stressed about it at school. She'd always been able to read him like a book, even when the throes of adolescence meant he didn't always know his own mind. I'm sure he feels like it's all his responsibility. Micah lifted 2 packs of burgers into the back seat of his truck, loading on his own the way he'd thrown her under the bus with Robert. He does. He's always felt like the weight of the town and all its wildlife is on his shoulders, even more so since he became the director. I can't imagine having the pressure of the entire national park on you, Sarah said as she loaded 2 bags of chips. Especially with how ridiculous people can be about leaving food in the woods. They always had, and Robert's Uncle Earl had forever complained about how much easier his job would be if folks would just follow proper protocol. Hang food in trees in airtight bags, dispose of it properly when you're finished. It wasn't that difficult, yet somehow it continued to be a problem. When Annie started to wiggle from her seat in the grocery cart, Felicity lifted her out and took her hand. We'll see you guys at Mom and Dad's, okay? I want to change clothes first. The skirt and blouse she'd worn to school that day was comfortable enough, but a long-sleeved t-shirt and leggings sounded wonderful for the cooler air the sun setting would bring. Annie, too, at least needed leggings under her dress, though she'd balk at having to change out of anything with unicorns on it. See you there, Micah replied. Listen, I really didn't mean to make you uncomfortable inviting Robert tonight. I just figure you two are going to be in this town for the foreseeable future. At least you didn't fight this time. No, you're right. We have to learn to coexist or both of us will be miserable. I'm still mad at you, but I'll get over it. Stretching up onto her tiptoes, Felicity pressed a quick kiss to Micah's cheek before squeezing Annie's hand. Ready to go, Princess? Yes. Can we listen to my music on the way home? Like they ever listen to anything else? Annie's music was a playlist full of princess movie theme songs, kids' nursery rhymes, and the occasional Bible song she was sure Mom had added in an attempt to teach Annie the faith the rest of the family was so convinced of. Of course we can. By the time they arrived at her mom and dad's house later, Micah and Sarah had already unloaded the truck, and she could smell Dad's old charcoal grill firing up. No matter how much Micah had tried to convince him, he refused to try a gas one, but Felicity didn't mind. There was something special about the taste of burgers cooked on a charcoal grill that reminded her of simpler, happier times, though there was no way she'd willingly go back to a time without Annie. As hard as life had been, the little girl holding her hand and swinging their arms as they made their way into the backyard was her whole world. She lit up the whole sky and had given Felicity reason to keep moving when all she'd wanted to do was give up. Annie squealed when she saw Felicity's mom, her ecstatic, "Grammy," echoing through the whole neighborhood. Breaking free from Felicity's hold, Annie sprinted across the grass to jump straight into her arms, giggling as Pop acted offended for being ignored. She felt more than heard Robert approach behind her, though his heavy boots did shuffle through the grass a little. He stopped next to her, watching the scene with his own relaxed smile. "I'm really glad they've been able to have such a good relationship with her." They had, but only because Dad had decided to retire early so they could move to Los Angeles when Archer left Felicity, and she couldn't quite bring herself to move back home yet. Despite the fact it hadn't initially been her motivation for leaving town like she'd said, by that point she'd almost convinced herself that making it as an actress was really her dream. Annie had thrown a wrench in those plans, as had Archer's sudden decision that he had no desire to be a father, but it was just as well. She'd take Annie over all the money and fame in the world, even with all the nights where her belly growled as she lay down to sleep. "Me too. They've saved me more times than I can count." "It's what parents do, right?" His voice was gruff, and Felicity knew well what he thought of his own parents. "At least what they're supposed to do. You'd have done the same for Annie." "Of course I would, but they made a sacrifice they wouldn't have had to make if I'd just let go of my stubborn pride sooner. I could have moved back here 4 years ago, and Dad could have retired with more in the bank." As they watched Annie play with Felicity's parents, Micah and Sarah, she wondered what life would have been like if she had come back earlier. The things that had driven her away in the first place weren't really an issue anymore, but they had been back then. If she were being honest, coming back to Reindeer Pass, but knowing she had to stay away from Robert, would have been the part she couldn't stomach. Coming home with her tail between her legs wouldn't have hurt nearly as much as knowing she'd been the cause of him losing everything. Turned out he'd voluntarily walked away from it, making her leaving completely unnecessary in the first place. But he didn't need to know that, or at least she wasn't ready to tell him. Even now, as Micah threw Annie over his shoulder and spun them around in circles to the soundtrack of her infectious giggle, Robert stuffed his hands in his pockets the way he always had when he was uncomfortable. Once, before they got together in high school, he'd told her he did it when he didn't feel like he had the right to hold her hand. "Maybe, but money's not everything. In fact, it sometimes hurts more than it helps." They stood there watching the joyful scene before them for another minute, finally comfortable around each other the way they always had been before. It was odd, probably weird to some, that she'd never fully gotten over her high school boyfriend. Some might even say she'd put the idea of him on a pedestal the real Robert Gunn could never live up to. She'd dated Archer and even thought herself in love, but he'd flipped a switch to his personality not long after they'd gotten married. Cheating on her regularly, putting her down, never acknowledging a thing she did right. It had all threatened to choke her when the 2 lines on the little white test turned pink. Thankfully, he'd seen himself to the door, as Felicity would have never wanted Annie to see the way she'd allowed herself to be treated. Somehow standing next to Robert, Felicity didn't feel self-conscious, despite the fact that she did with basically every other man on the planet, in a simple, oversized t-shirt and leggings. Her hair was up, pulled out of her face with a thick scrunchie, and most of the makeup she'd worn that day had worn off. But as she snuck a glance at him from the corner of her eye, she realized she was the only one watching Annie and her family. There in the setting sun of early fall, Robert unapologetically watched her. As soon as he realized he'd been caught, he cleared his throat. "Well, I'd better go up and talk to your parents before they think I'm being rude. I'll talk to you later, Felicity." He hurried away before she even had a chance to respond, but that was just as well. Watching him put step after step of distance between them, she let out a long breath. Maybe, if nothing else, they could at least be friends. "Mr. Robert," Annie said as she looked up at him with her big blue eyes, "will you help me pick a bouquet for Mommy? Uncle Micah said you know which flowers are good and which ones are bad. Robert chuckled, catching Felicity's eye quickly over Annie's head. I don't think you have to worry about any of your Grammy's flowers being bad, but I'd be happy to help. Annie grabbed his hand and led him over to one of Mrs. Cain's many flower beds, everything blooming for just a few more weeks before the weather turned cooler. Does your Grammy let you pick flowers from her flower beds, or do we need to find some wildflowers? Wildflowers were really just code for weeds in this part of town, but Annie didn't have to know that just yet. When they moved back, the Cains hadn't bought back their old house, as Micah had owned it for years, and he'd probably have been happy to let them have it. Sarah lived right across the street from him, and there was no way he was losing that proximity to the woman he loved. The two had danced around each other for years, best friends who just about everyone in town knew were destined to end up together. It took some convincing for Sarah, but it wouldn't surprise Robert one bit if they got engaged by Christmas. Now that Jace and Hannah were headed down the aisle, it was only a matter of time. Let's do both, Annie said with complete certainty. Grammy says I can pick as many flowers as I want as long as I let her make me flower crowns sometimes. She giggled, picking a dark purple weed from a patch near the flower beds. You would look silly with a flower crown, Mr. Robert. That would be quite a sight. Looking up towards Mrs. Cain to make sure it was okay if they picked some of her flowers, he took her nod and wink for what it was. This house didn't hold the same memories Felicity's childhood home did, but seeing her parents and brother, not to mention Sarah, certainly did. I think your brother hates me, 16-year-old Robert grumbled, as he spotted Felicity's older brother standing on the porch with his arms crossed over his Reindeer Pass football hoodie. Nope, I'm sure of it. They sat in the grass as the October sun set over the mountains in the distance, watching the day turn into night and enjoying the view. Well, she was enjoying the mountain view while he enjoyed another view. He could barely take his eyes off Felicity long enough to notice, and the few times he did were to catch Micah's glower from the porch. Felicity giggled, the sound sunshine for the world that had once seemed so dark. He's fine. He's just protective. I'm trying to get him to ask Sarah out so he leaves us alone, but he says she's too young. Micah was a senior while Felicity, Robert, and Sarah were sophomores. He'd go off to college the next year, probably to do something crazy smart like become a doctor or a lawyer. Felicity wanted to be a teacher, but Robert had never really given much thought to what he wanted to do. Uncle Earl's job seemed cool, but did he really want to get a 4-year degree? He's probably right. Plus, Sarah's too wrapped up in track and cross-country to do much dating, isn't she? Every time he'd seen Felicity's best friend outside of school, she was either headed out on a run or coming back from one. Felicity shrugged. Maybe, but it would be nice if he'd find literally anyone else to focus on. Jerking her attention toward Micah, she raised her voice. No one told you to stand guard. Mom and Dad don't even watch us like you do. Completely undeterred, Micah simply raised a brow. Just making sure his hands stay where they're supposed to. After all, wasn't it his hands that got him kicked out of his last school? The remark wasn't anything he hadn't heard 1,000 times since he came to Montana, but it smarted still. That was for fighting, but sure, in a manner of speaking. Micah Cain hadn't asked why he got in that fight, and he'd never bothered to tell him. Felicity didn't even know the whole story, just that he'd had a good reason. Robert held up his hands, content to rib Micah a little despite being somewhat intimidated by him. Lethal weapons, I guess. Micah's eyes narrowed and his brows drew together. You ever lay a hand on my sister, Thuglet, and I'll show you what happens when you really fight. That was enough. Robert jumped to his feet, ignoring Felicity's quick scramble behind him. He closed the distance between them and the back porch in half the time it should have taken, stepping up to within inches of Micah despite the fact the senior had 3 inches on him. Hear me now. You can call me whatever you want, you can make fun of me, you can be overprotective of your sister, and you can hate me. But I would never lay a hand on Felicity or any other girl, and if you ever imply that I would again, it'll be your teeth I knock out this time. Felicity ran up onto the porch and started to step between them, only for Robert to pull her back. If it came to blows, there was no way she would be in the middle. Robert, she hissed, let me go. No, he replied. He'd not taken his eyes off of Micah lest the golden boy sucker punch him. Never step in the middle of a fight, Felicity. You could get hurt. Micah let out a long breath, and the corner of his lip quirked up. Are we fighting, Thuglet? I thought I was just giving you a warning. Then, somewhere in the middle of the clear dislike on Micah's face, there was a tiny bit of respect in his eyes. He stepped back, putting his hand on the doorknob that would take him inside their house. Keep her safe, Gunn, and don't corrupt her. All those years later, as Micah had worked his way through the stages of enemy to acquaintance to friend, it was a little surreal to be back with the Cain family, as though it was just a normal Friday night. Micah and Sarah were finally together, but he and Felicity couldn't have been more distant. He'd never understood why she left, and he doubted she'd ever tell him. Robert was jarred from his memories by the sound of his phone ringing in his pocket. Pulling it out, he groaned at the sight of his work's phone number on the other end of the line. You've got Robert. Hey, boss, Kenna said quickly. She was on call that night, as they always had someone on duty no matter the time of year or day. I hate to call when you're off, but the resort just called again. Of course. Robert's blood rushed in his veins at the thought of what might happen if they didn't get the problem under control quickly. Bear or mountain lion? Neither. It's a pack of wolves this time, discovered at the picnic area just before sunset. Her truck started up, the same make and model as the rest of the Fish and Wildlife fleet. No one's hurt, but they're pretty spooked. For good reason. I'll be right there. Chapter 7. It had been 2 days since Felicity had run into Robert in the school hallway, 2 days since the barbecue at her parents' house. That Sunday afternoon, as she and Annie padded through the dusty trails of the national forest, she wondered if they'd managed to relocate the wolves who'd gotten far too close to the resort for comfort. Robert had apologized for having to leave before dessert, and she could sense the stress rolling off him in waves. He'd always been one to take his responsibilities seriously, despite the reputation he'd earned as a troublemaker in high school. Mommy! Annie picked up a pine cone and studied it as though it held the key to the mysteries of the universe. Look! That's so cool, honey. Do you want to take it home with us and make a bird feeder out of it? The ability of children to take something so simple and make it miraculous would never cease to amaze her, and it was one of the many ways motherhood had changed her for the better. Popping up to her full height, Annie's ponytail bobbed as she hopped up and down. Her bright pink shorts, purple tutu, and blue unicorn top didn't match in the slightest, nor did her polka dot socks, but Felicity couldn't have cared less. Mostly, she let Annie choose her own clothing, as the girl's sparkly personality was just too special to stifle. We can make a bird feeder out of pine cones? How? Well, if I remember correctly, your Grammy used to have us put peanut butter on them and roll them in bird seed. The birds loved them, and we tied them from branches in trees. Micah had always ended up eating more of the peanut butter than actually putting it on the pine cones, but it was a fun memory regardless. Annie ran in place, turning a circle in her excitement. We're going to see all kinds of birds in our yard. Oh, can I pick some flowers too? Maybe they'll want an extra treat. They'd only been hiking for about 30 minutes, and an hour was generally the time Annie hit a wall. She could usually extend it to 2 if they carried plenty of snacks, but they often found themselves pausing to pick flowers and study wildlife anyway. Sometimes they'd just plop right down in the dirt on the trail and make stick drawings. Her daughter loved the woods, and even when it had been so sparse in Los Angeles, they'd done their best to get outside when they could. Now that they were home in Reindeer Pass, Felicity couldn't wait to teach Annie all the things she'd learned about plants and animals as a girl in these very woods. Robert had been the one to teach her most of it, but by now it was ingrained in her memory. The sound of a truck rumbling up one of the emergency access trails made her belly flip, as she hadn't thought to bring any sort of weapon with her. After counting the ceiling tiles again and trying not to completely zone out of Cam's sermon, the beautiful day had been too perfect to pass up, and she'd gotten a little excited at the idea of a hike with her daughter. Hopefully, whoever drove towards them was a Fish and Wildlife employee, though she'd rather it not be Robert. Being around him and thinking about the past was harder than she even imagined it would be. Thinking back to all those moments they'd shared in these very woods, falling in love with one another under the canopy of leaves that seemed to cocoon them from the world, it was nearly enough to make her pray it be anyone but Robert. But of course, luck was never on her side. Coming to a stop at the top of the hill near where Annie had once again grown distracted digging for earthworms in the deep soil, Robert stepped out of his truck and approached them. Somehow he looked even broader and more handsome in his fish and wildlife uniform than he did in his street clothes. The khaki button-down did nothing to hide the muscles he'd clearly worked hard on over the years. His jaw was tight, and bags under his eyes were thicker than she'd ever seen them. Had he even slept since Friday night when he'd been called out to the resort? He hadn't been at church that morning, something that was wholly unlike him, and his normal short-cut beard was a little scruffier than usual. "What are you doing up here?" His voice was gruff, too, much harsher than she'd ever heard it, but she could see the exhaustion in every one of his features. "Just enjoying the beautiful day. Isn't that what the trails are for?" Felicity straightened to her full height, willing to go toe-to-toe with the man whose mood seemed to swing from one end of the spectrum to the other. His eyes narrowed, and she noticed how wrinkled his uniform was. "Not when we've had nearly a dozen predator calls in the last few weeks. They're not. Did you not see the signs?" "No, I don't think I've seen any signs. Where are they?" Annie continued to dig in the dirt, barely paying them any mind. "At the trailheads. They say to hike at your own risk, as we've had higher than usual predator presence in the last few weeks. Do you at least have bear spray?" He paused for only a second before answering the question himself. "No, of course you don't. Do you know how I'd feel if I got a call that the two of you had become an afternoon snack for a grizzly?" He ran a frustrated hand through his hair, face red as he shook his head. "I'd have nightmares the rest of my life." On one hand, she could understand and appreciate his concern, but he was out of line. In fact, it was in that moment Annie finally chose to pay attention, and her bottom lip trembled. Felicity sighed, knowing what that meant. "We didn't enter at the trailhead because we ate lunch at Micah's. We entered by his house, so there were no signs." She barely held the lid on her temper, but then fat tears poured over Annie's cheeks. "Oh good, thanks for that, Robert. You terrified her, and I'll probably never get her in the woods again." That might be a slight exaggeration, but he winced nonetheless. Annie continued to sob and hid behind Felicity's legs. The anger on Robert's face melted, and he looked like he might shed a tear himself. He knelt down just as Felicity put her hand on her daughter's shoulder. "Annie, I'm really sorry I scared you. It's been a long couple of days, and I haven't had much sleep. You're safe in the woods normally, but right now there are some animal issues I'm trying really hard to fix. I just want you and your mom to be safe, but I should have never spoken like that." Annie stepped out to the side just a little, still hiding most of her body behind Felicity. "Are they going to eat us?" "No, baby," Felicity said as she knelt down as well. "Mommy would never let an animal hurt you." How in the world she could promise that when she didn't even have bear spray on her, she had no idea. But Annie was terrified. At that moment, Felicity was pretty sure she could wrestle a bear if she had to keep her daughter safe. Robert's eyes met hers, both frustration and regret clear. "I really am sorry. I'm doing everything I can to try and mitigate this problem, but I feel like I'm fighting a ghost here. I've had about 3 hours of sleep since Friday morning, and I just realized how bad I smell." He lifted his arm a little to smell his shirt sleeve, making an exaggerated face at Annie. "I definitely need a shower." "You can come play in the sprinkler with us," Annie said softly. "Mommy says that's almost as good as a bath in the summer." For the first time since he'd gotten out of his truck, Robert cracked a smile. "That sounds awesome, but I'm going to have to do it another time. Felicity, I don't mean to cut your hike short, but it would make me feel so much better if I could drive you two back to Micah's. The wildlife just isn't following their normal patterns, and I'm trying to keep as many people out of the woods as I can." It occurred to her to refuse, if only to prove that she was a grown woman who could take care of herself and her daughter, but that would be silly. "Sure," she said as she stood to her feet and took Annie's hand. "Annie, grab your pine cones so we can make our bird feeders. We'll work on those this afternoon." Annie scrambled to do so, her fear from earlier apparently forgotten as she filled her little backpack with more pine cones than Felicity ever imagined would fit. "Mr. Robert, we're going to put peanut butter and birdseed on them to get birds to come to our yard." "That's a great idea. You'll have to count how many come for their snack and let me know the next time I see you." He led the way to the truck, opening the passenger side door for Annie and Felicity. Before closing it, he sighed again. The stress was wearing him down, that much was clear. Reaching out, Felicity touched his arm and felt the familiar tingle of electricity that had always been there with him. "You're going to get this figured out. I know you will." His gaze bore into her, holding a lifetime of hurt, beauty, and pain within them, the hazel sparkling despite the lines that had formed around them. "Still sunshine, I see." As he shut the door, Felicity shut her eyes and willed herself not to cry. Sunshine had been her nickname he gave her in high school, but it had been years since she'd felt any semblance of the optimistic outlook that had earned the moniker. Robert had seemed to bring it out in her, and with him gone, the sky had seemed a whole lot grayer. The truck jostled a little as Robert opened his own door and stepped inside, turning the keys he'd left in the ignition to bring it to a roaring start.
"All right, Miss Annie, are you ready to ride?"
"Chris," Robert growled, "you've got to be kidding me. I know the senior campout is a tradition, but it's not safe right now. I can talk to Templeton if you think it'll help." The senior campout was that weekend, a time-honored tradition in Reindeer Pass that happened every September. A host of teachers, staff members, and senior students took to one of the many group campsites in the National Forest to play games, hike, canoe, and spend time together before the rush of senior year got going. "I'm sorry, man, but he's the boss. He says our campsite is miles from the resort, and that's where all the predator activity has been. If he cancels now, the students and their parents will basically mutiny. The best I could do was get him to let you and some of your staff come, though he thought that was overkill." It was better than nothing. "Fine, I'll be there, and I'll do my best to keep the high school from landing on the national news while the comments all talk about what a bad decision it was to send kids into the woods with a predator problem in the first place." He hung up without saying goodbye, anger at everyone else's lack of seriousness regarding the situation about to drive him up a wall. Did they not understand that wolves, mountain lions, and bears could kill someone before they even realized what was happening? A campsite full of kids and teachers wouldn't stand a chance against a grizzly or a pack of hungry wolves, and the ones who didn't lose their lives would be traumatized for life. The woods had predators, that was always true. But he'd been out on more calls in the last few weeks than he had been all his years on the job combined. Something was causing them to move in closer to civilization, despite the woods having plenty of food. It wasn't normal behavior, and the first rule of Fish and Wildlife was that abnormal animal behavior was something to investigate. Their instincts were finely honed, and they didn't normally deviate from expected behavior unless there was some sort of food shortage. Conviction pricked him at how he'd hung up on Chris. It wasn't his fault. Mr. Templeton had been a teacher at the high school when Robert was in school, but he'd moved into administration while he'd been away at college. If there was one thing Robert knew about Templeton, it's that he didn't like change. Pulling out his cell phone, Robert scrolled to Chris's number before pulling up the text screen. "Robert, sorry for hanging up on you the way I did. I know it's not your fault." Chris, "No worries, man. I know this is all weighing on you. Just so you know, Felicity will be at the campout since she'd been assigned to a senior advisory class. Just wanted to let you know." Of course she had. Rather than let the stress and exhaustion of yet another night of shoddy sleep influence his response, Robert put his phone down and sat back in his chair. "Lord, you already know every hair on our head, every flower on the mountain, and every bird in the sky. You know what's leading the animals close to town, and you know how this is all going to turn out. Lead me, Father. Show me how to keep this town safe and keep the resort from losing any more business. Amen." The resort was a family-run business that had been operating in Reindeer Pass for 3 generations. The owners, Brick and Kayla, had created an environment that both allowed tourists to come enjoy the landscape while also respecting the flora and fauna around them. In fact, Brick had called in Uncle Earl when he was still the director of Fish and Wildlife to brainstorm ways they could cut down on the resort's impact to animal habitats in the area. They'd come up with a few ideas, and Robert had always respected Brick's follow-through even in ways that cost them money. They didn't deserve it, and they tended to operate on small margins anyway. For the 3rd time that morning, Robert picked up his phone and called the one person who might be able to help them. It was still early, but his uncle had never managed to get out of the habit of getting up with the sun. "You've got Earl," he said in his familiar, gravelly voice. Earl had smoked for nearly 20 years before his doctor finally convinced him to quit, but some of the damage he'd done was irreversible. "Hey, it's Robert. We've got a predator problem over at the resort, and I need your help figuring out what's bringing them in. Could you meet me out there this morning?" Earl's old faithful recliner squeaked in the background. "Sure thing. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. Once a director, always a director. He knew good and well the disaster a predator problem could bring to the town, and he might be the one person outside of resort employees to give it the concern it deserved. 10 minutes later, Robert pulled into the resort's parking lot to find Earl's old beater already there. He'd driven the same truck since Robert moved to Reindeer Pass at 15, and he'd had the thing as long as he could remember before then. Pulling into the spot beside him, Robert hopped out and met his uncle with a handshake and hug. "Thanks for coming. I'm stumped, and it seems like it's getting worse." Earl's bushy gray brows knit together as he followed Robert around the back of the lodge, listening intently to everything Robert told him. "So, we've got 2 mountain lions, 3 bears, and a pack of wolves. Is that right?" Hearing it all laid out like that sent a shudder down Robert's spine. Yep, 1 bear and 1 of the lions stayed at the campsite. 1 bear got into the dumpster, and the rest were just spotted nearby. It doesn't make any sense since nothing's frozen, and they have plenty of food. Yeah, that is odd. Earl continued to mull it over while they explored the property, but nothing was amiss that they could find. By the time they returned back to the main resort, Brick and Kayla were on the front porch cleaning the windows with cloths attached to long poles. Brick climbed up on an A-frame ladder to reach the top, while Kayla worked on the bottom. "Robert," Brick called as he started to climb down the steps. "Earl, you two didn't find anything out there today, did you?" Poor guy. He'd done everything he was supposed to do, even down to installing special tops on the dumpsters that kept the scent from making its way into the forest, but still they were in their current mess. "I'm afraid not," Robert replied, "but we're going to figure it out. I've got a couple of ideas if the answer doesn't come to me quickly." It wasn't a lie. Most of the lack of sleep he'd experienced was due to coming up with contingency plans. His first idea was bringing out some hunting dogs to see what scents they could pick up. It wouldn't be trained K9S with the police force, or he'd have already had Jace out with a few. No, his hunch was that there was some sort of food drawing them in, and hunting dogs would be the best chance to find out what it was. "I know you're doing your best," Brick said with a slump to his shoulders. "It's just that the issue has made it to social media, and our front desk has already fielded cancellations for the coming months." He tossed his rag in the bucket of soapy water as Kayla came to stand next to him, wrapping her arm around his waist. "But the Lord's brought us through tough times before, and he'll lead us through this one too." Strong leaders for a successful family-run resort, the couple was in their 40s. Their children had grown up there, in high school now, and still working there through the summer. Brick's father even occasionally came to help out during busy times. Truly a family affair. As Robert and Earl said goodbye to Brick and Kayla, Earl led the way back to their vehicles. "So tell me about these ideas you've got. Any way I can help?" If anyone could help, it would be Earl. "I'm so glad you asked. Know anyone with some bloodhounds?" Chapter 8. Felicity settled back into the camp chair she'd borrowed from Micah with her graham cracker, marshmallow on a stick, and chocolate. She'd had to be a good role model and let the kids get all their things for s'mores first, but finally she'd managed to get one for herself. Honestly, though, if Bradley Pruitt and Greg Thurston had taken any longer, perfecting the perfectly roasted marshmallows, she'd have had no problem elbowing her way towards the fire. Taking a bite, the perfect mix of textures throughout the s'more, Felicity relished it like it was her very last meal. She hadn't even noticed Shayla came to sit beside her until she spoke, too wrapped up in her treat. "Been a while since you've had a s'more, Miss Cain?" The humor in the girl's voice was clear, but Felicity had no shame about her love for chocolate. "You have no idea. Casting directors in Hollywood don't exactly love women in their 20s with any extra meat on their bones, and I spent way too long trying to please people I should have never given the time of day." Archer had pressed her to stay thin too. His criticism and judgmental looks every time she dared eat a piece of cake at an event seared into her brain forever. In Hollywood, they often cast adults to play teenagers because they could work longer hours than actual teens, so looking as young as possible was key to getting any roles at all. Shayla took a bite of her own s'more, conspicuously without her posse for once since Felicity had met her. They'd only been in school for a few weeks, but the girls tended to follow the girl around like ducklings did their mother. "And you were able to quit doing that? Everyone knows you were married for a while. Was he the one who made you feel that way?" The vulnerability in the girl's eyes, evident despite the low lighting of the campfire, meant Felicity didn't take offense to her intrusive line of questioning. He was one of them, though sometimes the trash takes itself out. She winked but then grimaced. That's probably not very teacherly advice, but it's the truth in my case. Shayla shrugged, clearly not offended. And the other people? The casting directors? What made you quit caring what they thought? How could she possibly explain that without outing herself and the reason she'd left Reindeer Pass in the first place? I guess I realized that my motivation for seeking those parts wasn't because it was really my dream. I was running from things, scared of my past and the previous choices I'd made, so I dove headlong into something that never really fulfilled me. Maybe, if she were to search her soul a little more, she'd find that the nearly impossible dream of making it in Hollywood was something she chose because of its lack of accessibility. Self-sabotage, they called it, but she'd rather not do that much reflection at the moment. Choices you'd made? Her voice cracked, and suddenly it became clear Shayla was being haunted by her own choices, something Felicity knew all too well. Yep, I made mistakes in high school, we all do. If anyone tells you they didn't, they're lying through their teeth or so delusional they're an unreliable narrator. I was always the good girl. I was never late to class, dotted my I's with little hearts, and was in the second pew every Sunday. I never stepped out of line, and I was always the mother hen of my friends. At some point, I put so much pressure on myself to be perfect, and everyone else started to believe the lie as well. It rolled off her tongue so quickly it could be nothing but the truth, falling out of her the same way her own name would. It was a lie? Oh yeah, Felicity said with a chuckle devoid of mirth. At some point I fell in love with the bad boy, or at least the boy everyone thought was bad news. He wasn't, she said softly as her eyes drifted to the edge of the woods where Robert stood talking to Chris. He was good as gold, but people misunderstood him. Still, we were teenagers, and teenagers make mistakes. A tear rolled down Shayla's cheek. And that mistake. Is it one you were able to come back from? To that point, Felicity had continued staring at the fire, but she turned to face the girl who seemed to have everything then. The tear that rolled down her cheek glistened in the firelight, the hope in her eyes so clear that it broke Felicity's heart a little. There isn't a single thing you can do that you can't come back from. The shame she'd felt the day after she and Robert had slipped up, the utter terror she felt weeks later when her period hadn't come, it had felt like a mountain so tall and treacherous she'd never scale it. Honestly, she understood why teenagers took their own lives. When you were young, everything seemed so big and overwhelming. Without someone to guide you, seeing with the perspective of age was nearly impossible. Whatever it is that had you crying under the bleachers that day, I can promise you it's not the end of the story. For the first time in what felt like years, Felicity felt a peace come over her. She'd been to church with her parents on a number of occasions since coming back to town, but she never listened. It had always seemed like God had abandoned her when she stopped being the perfect little church girl. But had he? Had she been the one to pull away, the shame taking over and telling her lies? Shayla wiped her cheek, staring at her lap as she did. I slept with a boy named Bryce over the summer. He graduated last year, so I doubt you know him. Memories of herself sobbing in the school bathroom with the test she'd stolen on the way to school flooded back, and Felicity reached over to take Shayla's hand. Are you pregnant? If you are, it's okay. Being a single mom is a hard road, but it's not an impassable one. She didn't know anything about Shayla's parents, other than that her dad was the mayor, but she'd move the girl in with her and Annie if it meant she graduated high school. No, goodness, no. Shayla shivered, but she continued speaking. But he filmed us, and I didn't know it. Last week, the day you saw me crying under the bleachers, one of the football boys came up to me and said he'd seen Bryce at a college party. He'd seen the footage, and that was when I found out it had been filmed. Anger so fierce it tasted like bile in her throat rose up in Felicity as she sat up straight. He filmed you without your consent? That's wrong on so many levels, and sharing it has to be illegal too. Some states had laws against filming a party without their knowledge, others didn't, so it was a toss-up whether he could be charged for that. Maybe, but I was already 18 when he took the video. She shrugged. I have a May birthday, so my parents held me back a year from kindergarten. I turned 18 at the end of my junior year, but if he posts that footage or it gets around, I can kiss all my scholarships goodbye. My whole future is just gone, and I can't even imagine what it would be like going to school with everyone having seen it. It's already humiliating enough that Riker has seen it. Riker Strong. He wasn't in one of her drama classes, but she'd certainly be bringing the whole situation to Chris's attention as soon as she could. It might not have been illegal, but it was definitely something the administration needed to know about before Riker ran his mouth anymore. Do you know if he's told anyone? She shook her head. No, but he came to school with a black eye the other day, and the rumor is that James punched him in the locker room. I don't know what for, but he hasn't mentioned it since then. Riker's a junior, so he's not here this weekend. Don't worry about Riker. We'll get him sorted out, Felicity promised. For now, I want you to tell me that you understand this is not the end of the world. Even if it gets out, even if Bryce posts it or something, even if future colleges see it, you can get past it. Your true friends will stand by you, I promise. You make a lot of promises for someone who just met me 3 weeks ago, Shayla said. How can you be so sure? Because I made the mistake of once believing that I was alone in the world, and I nearly made it true because I was so intent on running from everyone who loved me. I don't want that to be your story, Shayla. At her age, Felicity could have quoted half the New Testament, but she hadn't taken a bit of it to heart. Now, as she studied the hurting girl in the chair beside her, she wondered what would have happened if she'd just told her parents everything from the beginning. If nothing else, she'd at least have had someone to run interference when Robert's parents made everything worse. And if she'd told Robert in the first place, their story would have been very different. But then she wouldn't have Annie, and that's not an outcome she would even want to imagine. I guess, Felicity continued, I guess I'm trying to say that I'm here for you. More people than you think will be here for you if the worst does happen. Don't ever forget that. If only she'd believed that herself at 17, grieving the loss of a life that made her future both terrifying and beautiful. She'd have at least been able to talk to Robert when his parents had shown up after her shift at the grocery store that day, and her parents could have figured out how to keep Mr. Gunn from following through on his threats. At least, they could have faced it as a family, if nothing else. And the hardest part of all to imagine, would she have still walked away from her faith? It was as though she'd shoved her faith, the thing that had been such a large part of her life until that point, into a box and pushed it under her bed. What if she'd leaned into it instead? Where would she be now? It was 2 o'clock in the morning when Robert heard the scream from his bedroll around the fire pit. All the students and teachers slept in tents, but after he'd made sure all the food was safely locked away or disposed of, he'd chosen to bed down out in the open. The fire would deter a predator for a moment, but he'd barely been dozing anyway. Jumping to his feet, trank gun in one hand with his rifle holstered behind his back. Just in case, Robert sprinted toward the sound of the scream.
Chris!
He yelled as the assistant principal
Unzipped his tent. Make sure the kids stay in their tents. I'm going to see what's going on.
Chris nodded, hopping out of his own tent and shouting instructions for the rest of the campsite. They'd all woken to the scream, and everything from yelps to sobs sounded from inside the canvas shelters. Robert continued past the last of the tents, zig-zagging through them until he reached the woods line where the sight before him sent his heart catapulting to his stomach. One of the girls he knew from around town, Jenny something or other, a blonde cheerleader who hung around with Shayla Barrett, if he remembered correctly, stood frozen in her polka-dot pajamas just at the edge of the woods. Felicity, her simple black sweatshirt and thick pink sweatpants, stood between Jenny and a grizzly that clacked its teeth together and pawed the ground. It was big, and Felicity stood far too close for him to get a good shot. Jenny, Felicity said softly, I need you to back away slowly. Don't run. I'm going to distract the bear until you get away. And end up attacked herself in the process. There was no way that would happen, not on Robert's watch. Jenny didn't move, and Felicity repeated her calm words. Jenny, go now. The bear let out a soft rumble, something that apparently coaxed the girl out of her stupor. Slowly and surely, Jenny backed away from the bear, tears streaming down her face in the firelight as she got behind Robert. Apparently, the beast didn't care about Jenny anymore, as it had set its sights on Felicity. Sunshine, Robert said, using the nickname he'd always used for her in high school. I need you to take one step to the right, but do it as slowly as you can. I need to get a shot. His heart pounded in his chest, and he prayed to the Lord in heaven that he'd drop the thing on the first shot. He wanted to tranquilize it, but even his fastest working medications would take at least 2 minutes to work. That would be way too much time to risk. The bear pawed the ground again, a low rumbling from its chest, sending another wave of awareness and alarm down Robert's back. Felicity shut her eyes. muttering to herself as she took one step and then another to the right. Like this? Yep, just a little further. Raising his rifle, Robert peered through the scope even though he was barely 10 feet away from the beast. A kill shot, right between the eyes, was the best way to ensure a humane and quick death for the bear who should never have been there in the first place. Felicity stepped over one more step just as the bear's ears laid back and it dropped its head. It was about to charge. Robert's finger found the trigger, and he once more verified his shot just as the bear placed his paw on the ground in what was surely about to be a lunge towards Felicity, the shot echoing through the trees around them. Immediately, the bear dropped, and Robert's heart slowed despite his sorrow at having to kill the animal in the first place. He flicked the safety on his rifle and placed it back in his back holster, the pressure in his chest finally lifting a little. Before he knew it, Felicity barreled towards him with tears streaming down her cheeks. Her brown hair flew behind her, and their bodies collided with a soft thud. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs as Robert stroked her hair, whispering softly as she let out the fear she'd kept at bay until the threat was past. "You saved my life," she said with a hiccup. "Annie needs me. She needs her mother, and you saved me." Completely unconcerned with the gaggle of students and teachers that pressed closer, Robert's lips found Felicity's soft brown hair. "If I'm around, you don't have to worry. I've got your back, sunshine." She cried some more, and Chris approached with the phone pressed to his ear. "Yes, sir," he said as he wiped his hand down his face. "Yes, sir, I understand, but this is why Fish and Wildlife warned us against coming at all." Pointing at the phone, Chris mouthed Templeton and shook his head. If the principal had just listened to what he'd tried to tell them in the first place, they would not have a traumatized teenage girl and teacher on their hands. Robert held out his hand for the phone, wiggling his fingers when Chris shook his head. Honestly, Templeton should be brought before the school board for his actions, and there was no way Robert would let him throw anyone under the bus for it. Taking the phone from Chris's hand, he pressed it to his ear. "Mr. Templeton, this is Robert." The man paused for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Gunn," he addressed him just as he had when he taught civics in high school. "What happened here? I thought we sent a fish and wildlife contingent so that predators didn't attack the campsite." Normally, Robert was a fairly easygoing man, but carelessness with the lives of innocent students and a teacher he cared about very much pushed him over the edge. That, and having to drop a beautiful bear that probably had another 10 or 15 years left to save Felicity, meant he'd be pulling no punches. "No, sir. You sent a fish and wildlife officer to ensure you just have to tell the parents there was an attempted bear attack rather than a successful one. I told you. Chris told you. And I have a hunch my uncle even called you and told you this trip was a bad idea. But you didn't listen." His free arm was still wrapped around Felicity, but she'd stopped sobbing for the moment. Honestly, he figured she was listening to whatever Templeton had to say on the other end of the line. The senior campout is an important tradition at the school, and you know that. We couldn't wait until your department gets their act together and figures out why the animals are coming so close to town before it gets too cold. And I don't appreciate your tone, young man. Mayor Barrett just might be getting a call from me tomorrow about how a so-called public servant speaks to the community. "Go ahead," Robert said with more ire than he could ever remember feeling. "While you're at it, let him know one of his daughter's best friends was almost attacked in the process, and they're currently huddled together crying at the near miss. In fact, you can invite him to the school board meeting they're likely to call when we inform them that we strongly suggested you not send these kids out here. But you didn't want to deal with the parental backlash and scheduling conflicts that would present. In fact, don't worry about it. I think I'll call him myself and relay our conversation verbatim." Templeton sputtered on the other end, and Chris had his hand over what was no doubt a smirk before holding his hand out again. "You done?" "Yep." Handing him back his phone, Robert wrapped his other arm back around Felicity and moved his hand up and down her back. "I'm good." As Chris stepped away again, Felicity's head fell back and she stared up at Robert. "That was amazing. I didn't know you guys had tried to warn him off the trip. He told everyone before we left that you'd said it was fine." A growl rumbled low in his chest as he eyed the now dead bear on the ground. "No, we minced no words in telling him it was an awful idea." Smoothing her hair back with his hand, he allowed himself a moment to relish in it. He didn't listen, of course. "I'm so sorry you had to do that," Felicity said as she started to step out of his arms. She eyed the bear, the heartbreak over its unnecessary sacrifice clear on her face as well. She was beautiful. He wasn't certain whether it was a sow or a boar, but he'd wager a sow based on the size. She was. Felicity was one of the few people who'd understand the tension of relief and pain he felt at having to step in that night. He'd gone into this job because he loved animals and wanted to protect them. Sure, sometimes that meant having to put one down, but usually it just meant relocating after tranquilizing them so they didn't return to familiar areas. Having to actually kill an animal was rare in his line of work. I don't regret it, but I wish I hadn't had to. I prayed when I came out of my tent and saw Jenny standing there in front of it. It was the first time I've done that in a while. Raising up on her tiptoes, she kissed Robert's cheek in a way that warmed some of the icy hurt inside him at what he'd had to do. Thank you for saving her and for saving me. I'll always save you, if you'll let me, Robert said with a more gravelly voice than normal. I've got to go deal with this, but I'll come find you later. With a quick squeeze of her hand, he stepped forward to determine the best course of action for the bear's body. As he did, another set of footsteps sounded behind him, and what he was pretty sure was Shayla Barrett's voice spoke to Felicity in words that must have been an inside thing between the two of them. The gold heart? Yep, Felicity replied. Always. Chapter 9. Felicity shut the door to her gray teacher mailbox and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. Today was the day they'd begin reading through the fall play and first period drama, and she could only hope they'd be at least somewhat receptive. It was a hard balance trying to find something that was appropriate for the school setting, something they would enjoy, and also something that the school's pittance of a drama budget could get the rights to. Whether anyone would chase after them if they chose to perform one of the bigger shows was debatable, but she wasn't about to test it in her first year. Maybe she could ask for some more money as they prepared the budget for next year, but as it was, she had to pinch every penny until it screamed. If Jace hadn't agreed to donate materials, she had no idea what she'd have done. He couldn't build them, but one of the dads from the drama club had agreed to take on the task. The halls were crowded as shoes squeaked on the tile, students laughed and chatted with one another, and locker doors slammed. Couples stood together in whatever tiny shadows they could find, staring at each other and whispering promises they could never hope to keep in each other's ears. She'd once been that girl, standing with Robert in the hallway as they snuck kisses and tried to avoid Micah and his friends. Honestly, everyone in town had assumed they'd get married until a few weeks before graduation after a senior class party. The shame Felicity had felt walking into school the next Monday reminded her so much of what Shayla had been going through, something that felt so big and monumental that it threatened to ruin her entire life. "Felicity!" Robert called after her as he dodged others in the crowded hallway. "Wait up!" Knowing it was childish, Felicity couldn't help but run from Robert. She pushed out the back doors of the wing, the sunshine a stark contrast to the storm raging inside her. Robert followed, something she should have known he'd do, and blanched at the tears flowing down her cheeks. "Felicity, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I tried to call you this weekend, but you never called me back. It was one time. We made a mistake. I promise. It'll never happen again. Not until we're married." His hazel eyes were tortured at her pain, his faded black band t-shirt and dark jeans matching the darkness as it settled over him. Wrapping her hands around her middle, Felicity shook her head. No, they couldn't come back from this. They'd sinned, and the shame was going to eat her alive. "No, we can't. I made a promise, Robert. I made a promise to God and to my parents I would save sex for marriage, and look what happened." Suddenly, the purity ring she'd been given at a church retreat in the 8th grade, the one she'd never taken off since, felt like it tightened around her finger like a boa constrictor. Wrenching it free, sobs flowing from her, she tossed it onto the ground. "I can't do this, Robert." The image of those illustrations they'd done at the retreats crashed into her one after the other. The construction paper heart that had been stuck together with glue that illustrated giving a piece of yourself to every guy you slept with, leaving jagged, ripped pieces as the papers were torn apart. The rose that was perfect and beautiful until it had petals ripped away one by one. The letter she'd written her future husband, a little cringy as she thought about it later, but one she could now never give. "Liz, come on. You've been telling me for years how God loves and forgives the things we do. They taught us 2 weeks ago at youth group about King David and all the mistakes he made. I know we messed up and I'm so sorry, but you don't have to do this. We can figure out a way to still be together. The bubbling sorrow, fear over what would come, and feeling that she'd ruined everything erupted then. They graduated in a month. It was a month of seeing him in the halls, a month of listening to him speak in drama class, a month of watching him laugh with their friends who'd accepted the two of them as a package deal since 2 weeks after he moved to town. But she had to let it go. If it meant she ate lunch in the bathroom the whole last month of school, so be it. Something deep within her pricked that maybe he was right, that God wasn't going to hold her sin against her forever and ever. But then, she didn't really ever recall them saying what to do if you messed up at those retreats. Where could she possibly go from there? And how could God bless a relationship between the two of them when they'd gone against his will? Robert had started going to church with her at the beginning of the school year, 2 years after they'd started dating. He'd initially gone because she'd begged him to, but his curiosity over things of faith had grown and grown over the past year until he'd given his life to the Lord at Christmas. The day he'd been baptized, she'd seen their whole future laid out before them. He'd go to college in Bozeman for wildlife management while she'd go for drama education. Together, they'd come back to town and give back to the community, getting married and having babies who'd walk the very halls they had. They'd treat their children so much better than his parents ever treated him. Their unrealistic expectations and continued disappointment jabbed at his golden heart. But now, that future felt blurry at best, as though she saw it through tears. "Robert, what if I'm pregnant?" It wasn't even the thought of being a teenage mother that shattered her. It was the fact everyone would know what she and Robert had done. Her witness would be ruined, and others would look at her like they had Bathsheba in the Bible. David still had the reputation of a man of God despite his mistakes, but no one ever mentioned Bathsheba in the same nuanced approach. "What am I going to do then?" He stepped forward, taking her hand in his. He'd grown so much since she'd first met him. In 10th grade, he'd been a hot-headed kid with a chip on his shoulder. Now, he was a steady man, one who could always manage to make her feel better. "Whatever happens, we'll face it together. You're not in this by yourself, and you never will be." Robert hadn't known it at the time, and neither had she. But 3 weeks later, she was very much alone in the emergency room at the county hospital. She'd taken the test 4 days before, and the terror that followed had also been accompanied by a deep love for the tiny being inside her. She'd not even been able to comprehend ending the pregnancy, and adoption didn't feel right either. Still, as she'd laid in that hospital bed by herself, all the emotions that had run through her felt like they were pulling her apart. Leaving that day, the confirmed loss heavy on her heart, she'd planned to go to Robert until his uncle spotted her there in the ER. She hadn't told Earl what happened, but the brochures in her hand that the nurse had given her had surely tipped him off. She'd run out the door, uncaring of the pain she still felt as her body continued to expel the tissue, the pain in her heart so much more shattering. 2 days later, when she still hadn't had the nerve to talk to Robert, his parents had showed up in Reindeer Pass. It was a memory she did her best to forget, but one that would never truly fade. Moving to stand in front of the hallway bulletin board, hanging up the audition sign-up list for the play, Felicity wondered how differently life would have turned out if they'd just gone home after the party like they'd planned. All these years later, she wondered if she'd been wrong the whole time in how God viewed the whole situation. She'd never been able to bring herself to ask anyone, always assuming the shame she'd felt had been from him. But now, as a mother herself and someone who understood the foolhardy decisions teenagers often made, things looked a little different. Mostly, she just wanted to go back and give her teenage self a hug and tell her it was all going to be all right. If God really was a loving father, like her parents had always taught her despite conflicting messages at the time from the pulpit, was any of the shame even from him? "Oh," Darius said in a sing-song voice as he and Danny made kissy faces at Kenna. "Someone's got a date tonight." Robert shook his head and drove another post into the ground, curious to see how Kenna would respond to the teasing. She always held her own, the lone woman in a staff of men, but she'd made the mistake of mentioning she had a date tonight with one of the new resort employees. They'd been out all morning setting up wildlife fencing, particularly with the lines along the top that would deliver an electric shock to any who got too close, to hopefully deter at least some predators. Kenna used zip ties to attach the hardware cloth they'd chosen to the posts they'd already placed, and rolled her eyes. "Make fun of me all you want, guys. At least I can get a date." Wade's nice, and he asked me. It doesn't mean we're getting married. It just means we're going on a date. Wade and Kenna sitting in a tree. That's enough. Robert threw one of his work gloves at Darius and nailed him right in the face. You know, Kenna's right. I don't recall the last time I heard about either of you going on a date. Maybe you should focus on your own love lives and leave Kenna alone. Darius crossed his arms over his chest as both he and Danny faked dramatic pouts. Ah, come on, boss. Where's the fun in that? It's in doing your job. Now come on and get to work before I put you both on bathroom duty at the public restrooms. That was the least favorite job of any of the Fish and Wildlife staff, but it often fell to them anyway. There were restrooms at the main parking area, the overlooks, and a couple other strategic spots along the hiking trails, but none of them were particularly nice. They also tended to attract flies, so it was just unpleasant all around. They worked for the next hour or so when Brick and Kayla approached with a few other employees, Wade Lawson included. "Hey guys," Brick said as he pulled on his work gloves. "We finished our tasks for the day, so we figured we'd come out and help however we could." He paused, the lines of concern clear on his face. "Thank you for everything you're doing to try and get this under control. I don't know what we'll do if many more folks cancel their reservations." "We're going to get this figured out," Robert promised. "And in the meantime, we're doing everything we can to mitigate the problem. This stuff won't stop a bear or even a determined mountain lion, but hopefully it'll at least slow them down enough to tranquilize and relocate them." Unfortunately, he wasn't sure whether he believed it would or not, but it was the only option they had available to them at the moment. Every day, as he tried to think of what could possibly be baiting the predators, he prayed God would give him the wisdom to solve this and the patience to follow his guidance. It was how he did everything in his job, and how he was trying to proceed with Felicity as well. The latter proved much harder to practice patience, but the Lord understood that too. Chapter 10. Felicity held back a groan at the words on her phone screen. James's dad, Kurt, was supposed to take the materials Jace donated for their fall musical sets and build them, but he'd just broken his hand in a freak accident at a construction site. There was no way he'd be able to get them finished by their November opening night date, and Felicity couldn't push it back any further due to all the holiday festivities that would take place in December. Not to mention, half the kids did seasonal work at businesses in town starting just after Thanksgiving. Texting back a quick reassurance that they'd get it figured out and wishing him well, Felicity scrolled in her recent calls to find her brother's name. He answered on the third ring, hospital noises in the background. "Hey Liz, what's up? Aren't you at school right now?" A bell rang in the background, answering his question for him. "Yes, but I need your help. Kurt Thorpe was supposed to build our sets for us out of the materials Jace donated, but he just broke his hand." Which, come to think of it, Micah probably already knew because he ran the only medical clinic in town. "I don't have time to Google how to build these backdrops, and I definitely don't have the painting skills to decorate them." An overhead announcement on Micah's end of the phone sounded, but she couldn't make out the words. "What kind of sets are they?" She spent the next minute or two explaining how they needed to fashion the sets for the Romeo and Juliet reimagining, the most complicated part being the home facade and balcony. It wouldn't be as ornate as if it was set in other time periods, but they still needed it to resemble a recognizable home. "Basically, I need a balcony so my Juliet won't fall off and be easily climbable for Romeo." It had surprised her greatly that Shayla had gone out for the part of Juliet, and it had surprised her even more when the girl turned out to be incredibly talented. Timothy, one of the quiet kids who normally sat by himself in class, had auditioned for Romeo. As uninterested as he'd always looked in class, the kid seemed to come alive on stage. He and Shayla were still finding their on-stage chemistry, but they were both coming along well. James was a perfect Mercutio, and Colin had turned out to be an excellent Friar John. All in all, the 2 weeks of rehearsal they'd had since casting had gone well, far better than she ever would have imagined at the beginning of the year. They still had another 6 weeks until opening night, but for the first time, she was optimistic. Well, at least she had been until the set debacle. "Please tell me you can help. Look, I'm not the handyman Jace is. I'm happy to help, but I'm afraid a balcony is outside my skill set." Felicity rubbed her temples, doing her best not to panic as she searched her mind for someone who could help. "Do you have any other suggestions?" Micah had been in town for longer than Felicity in recent years. Hopefully he'd have an idea of who'd taken up carpentry as a hobby. Well, Robert's actually pretty good at that stuff. I know you guys are kind of avoiding each other right now, but... Of course, it was Robert. Ever since the campout in which she'd sobbed in his arms and felt the softest kiss to her hair, she'd been so awkward with him. She wasn't even really sure why, other than the fact there was still so much he didn't know about the circumstances surrounding her leaving. Telling him about the baby, their baby, would break his heart. She hadn't had any control over the miscarriage, but how in the world could they hope to move forward while he still didn't know? No, she said with a sigh. It's fine, I'll call him. She could be a big girl and call the boy who'd always rushed in to save the day. Thanks, bro. Anytime. And tell him I'm happy to help. I just don't have the skills he does, and Jace is in Europe visiting Hannah. That was true. Sarah was pretty much holding down the fort at the bakery for the time being, as Becca and Jace had gone to Paris for 2 weeks. Micah had actually been coming in to work the register as well, something Felicity and Annie fully planned to take advantage of over the weekend. They'd pay, of course, but they might rib him a little about the apron. After hanging up, Felicity typed in Robert's old number, the one she still knew by heart. It occurred to her that she didn't actually know if he had changed numbers, but she'd give it a shot before asking Micah for it. Robert answered on the first ring, his voice laced with concern and the stress of the still unsolved mystery regarding the predators around the resort. Felicity, what's wrong? Nothing wildlife-related, she said quickly. I hear you might have some carpentry skills. He paused for a moment before speaking, his cadence more relaxed. Yeah, I guess. I do okay. I'm really sorry to ask since I know you've already got so much going on with work. Actually, you know what? Never mind. He really did have a full plate with the predator issue, and he didn't need her adding more to his plate. Maybe her dad could help, though he didn't really know any more about building than Micah. What do you need? Just tell me. He didn't sound frustrated, more curious and anxious to help. Now that is a look I didn't ever expect to see you in, Robert said as he walked inside the bakery later that morning. Micah stood behind the counter in a bright blue apron and a Reindeer Pass bakery hat with a button pinned to the apron that read, "Ask me about our seasonal specials." Micah shrugged, a grin firmly in place communicating exactly how self-conscious he wasn't about the whole situation. We do a lot of things for the woman we love. Some of us put on an apron and help her out at work, and others build sets for high school plays. Holding back the glare he longed to send his friend, Robert shook his head. Yeah, about that. Felicity told me you're the one who put a bug in her ear that I can build when there were at least 20 other folks in town who probably could have helped her. Honestly, Uncle Earl was one of them. The man might be getting up there in years, but he was still a magician with framing. Sure you don't have some sort of ulterior motive there, Cain? It was true Robert had gained a good many skills when building his home, the land a plot he'd purchased soon after he'd started working full-time. It became somewhat of a hobby, though not in the woodworking side of things like Jace. Building large structures, seeing them come to life at the work of his hands, was incredibly satisfying. Between Earl and the good old internet, he'd pretty much learned what he needed to know on the fly. Honestly, he wasn't even upset about Micah sharing his skills with his sister. Felicity had been avoiding him for the past few weeks, but for the life of him, he couldn't figure out why. He'd taken down the bear at the senior campout last month, and she'd run into his arms like she had as a teenager. But ever since, it was like anywhere Robert was, Felicity made sure not to be. She'd even skipped one of the church's young professionals gatherings, and he had to wonder if the two were related. Maybe I feel bad for how I treated you when you first got together, or maybe you're just the first person who came to mind. The world will never know. Got any ideas on why she's avoiding you? That was anyone's guess. Not a clue, but it's fine. I'm not even sure what I want where Felicity's concerned, so it's probably a good thing. If someone had told him when she first got to town he'd even be contemplating spending more time with her, he'd have said they were crazy, but now everything was a little less black and white. Seeing her stare down that bear, it had put everything in perspective for him. He still didn't know why she left after graduation. She'd still broken his heart, but he couldn't deny the fact that the same heart had nearly beaten out of his chest at the thought she was in danger. Micah's phone rang, and a picture of Felicity and Annie popped up on the screen. Speaking of which, he pushed the green button to answer. Hey, Liz, you're on speaker. Micah, Felicity blurted from the other end. She wasn't shouting, but she was clearly upset. A car door slammed on her end of the line, and the sound of her car starting up sounded before she spoke again. Cam hadn't just fixed her taillight. He'd given the whole thing a tune-up, and Robert and Micah had split the cost of the parts. He'd done the labor for free, but Robert didn't think Felicity knew that. They just called me from Annie's school. His whole body on alert, Robert couldn't help but speak. What happened? She paused for a moment, but continued talking. She fell off the monkey bars, and they think she broke her arm. I'm on my way to the hospital now. Sarah appeared in the doorway to the bakery's kitchen, shooing Micah away as she stepped closer. Go, I'll handle things here. Speaking into the receiver, Sarah spoke more softly. Liz, she's gonna be okay. How many broken bones have I had over the years? Micah's on his way. Handing the phone back to Micah, Sarah turned to face Robert. Have you ordered yet, Robert? I can take care of it. Shaking his head, Robert followed Micah to the door. I'm coming with you. No. His friend pushed through the door, holding it open for Robert to follow. Figured you would. Chapter 11. Felicity burst through the doors of the county hospital's ER with her heart in her throat. Annie's teacher said they'd sent her by ambulance because that was protocol. One of the aides had ridden with her, but that did little to stem the insatiable need to reach her daughter. The aide had called Felicity just as she pulled into the parking lot and said they wouldn't let her go back with Annie since she wasn't family, but Micah had let the hospital know he was close. Still, the idea Annie would be alone for even a second settled like a ton of bricks in Felicity's gut, and she more or less ran into the thankfully uncrowded waiting room with stark white lighting and the smell of antiseptic in the air. The far end of the room held a desk where an employee sat, the woman's red-rimmed glasses held around her neck by a silver chain. Skidding to a stop at the front desk, Felicity slammed her driver's license down on the desk. Annie Cain, 4 years old, came in by ambulance. I'm her mother. At least the woman wasn't the stereotypical hard nose you saw in movies. She smiled compassionately and keyed in the information. She'll be so happy to see you, Mom. I'll page her nurse now. There was no way Felicity could sit down, so she stood next to the wall and tried to get in no one's way. Now that the adrenaline had started to wane a little, she could look at the situation more logically. Sarah was right. Kids broke bones sometimes. It was just part of growing up. Still, the part of her that had always felt guilty about being a single mom rose up in her throat like bile. If she'd been with Annie, would it have happened at all? She was saved from the rest of that line of thinking when the automatic doors to the ER opened again, and Micah, Mom, and Dad ran inside with none other than Robert trailing behind. The latter three looked stressed and concerned, but Micah had his doctor face on. He spotted her immediately and wrapped his arms around her. Have you heard anything yet? Not yet. The nurse is supposed to be on their way up to get me. Micah nodded and crossed the room to the front desk where Felicity had spoken to the kind lady whose name tag read Gladys. They spoke in hushed tones, but Micah came back pulling his badge out of his pocket and gesturing for Felicity to follow. Come on, I'll take you back now. As she bounded off the wall, Felicity looked back at her parents, and Robert standing there with wide eyes. She'll be fine. I know she will. Mom grabbed her hand with a quick squeeze. She will, and whatever comes up, we'll handle it together. Felicity knew what she meant. If anyone was well aware of Felicity's financial situation, it was her parents. She'd do whatever she needed to do to get Annie the care she deserved, but she'd only just started getting paid for teaching. Her bank account was still mostly drained, and the tiny nest egg she'd put away with her first paycheck wouldn't even pay for a cast. Thanks, Mom. Swallowing down her tears, Felicity's eyes met Robert's as she took a step to follow Micah. You're here. She'd heard his voice over the line when she called Micah, but it wasn't until that moment it really registered. He'd come, despite everything else, he'd come. Robert gave her a sympathetic smile. Nowhere else I'd be. The sound of the doors back to the clinic area whooshed open, and Felicity pulled her gaze from Robert's as she hurried back to her baby. He'd have been with her that day in this very same emergency room if she'd have told him. He'd have held her hand while she lost their baby and told her the combination of guilt and relief she felt was nothing to be ashamed of. He'd have kissed her and told her he loved her, and he'd have meant it. And if she were really being honest, she knew he'd have stood up to his parents when they threatened to take away his trust fund and send her father's dentist practice into the ground if she didn't end things with him. Earl hadn't meant to throw her under the bus when he'd called his brother back east to tell him he'd seen his nephew's girlfriend in the ER with crisis pregnancy pamphlets. but it's effectively what he'd done. Earl was a good man, and she had no doubt he'd meant to have them reach out to Robert and provide what tiny bit of support they could summon from their cold hearts. Instead, they'd taken her nightmare and wielded it like a weapon. The emergency department was lined with small bays, roughly 6 feet by 8 feet. The ones that were full had baby blue curtains drawn closed. Those that were empty remained open, the difference about half and half. Nurses moved quickly over the white tile, as did a few doctors in lab coats or just scrubs. Staff greeted Micah as he led her back to the last bay on the right, and her fear abated a little bit when she heard Annie's precious giggle. A pretty nurse with gorgeous red hair sat in the chair next to Annie, giving a voice to a teddy bear as it hopped across the bed. "Oh, look, Annie," she said as she stood. "I think you've got visitors." Her smile was blinding, and Felicity couldn't help but love the woman based on how Annie smiled. "Hi, I'm Harper. I think I've seen you at church, but this is the first time we've been formally introduced." "Felicity, and thank you so much for taking such good care of Annie." She stepped around Harper and knelt by her daughter's bed. "How are you feeling, love bug?" Seeing her mother, some of Annie's bravery waffled and her lower lip trembled. Tears filled her eyes as she reached for Felicity, and there was nothing in the world that would stop her from crawling into bed with her daughter, careful not to jostle her arm. "I was so scared, Mommy. It hurt so bad." One minute I was showing Cole that girls could hang upside down too, and the next thing I knew I was on the ground, and my arm hurt really bad. Micah stepped forward to Annie's other side and logged into the virtual chart computer. "They do say pride comes before the fall," he said with a wink, "but I've injured myself doing far sillier things." "Since you guys are here," Harper said, "I'll get back upstairs. Micah has my number if you need anything. I'm on shift until 7. "Thanks, Harper," Micah said as the nurse stepped around the curtain. Facing Felicity then, he jerked his head back towards where she'd exited. "When you said she'd come in an ambulance, I was afraid no one had ridden with her. I texted Harper and asked her to come down. She technically works upstairs, but she's great with kids." Annie picked up the bear Harper had left there on the bed. "I like her. She was nice. I see why Pastor Cam stares at her so much at church." Snorting, Micah raised an eyebrow at his niece. "Quite perceptive for a 4-year-old, aren't we?" "I don't know what that means, but I notice things. He stares at Nurse Harper the same way you stare at Sarah and Mr. Robert stares at Mommy." Heat rose in Felicity's cheeks, and she took a deep breath. "Let's just focus on you right now. How does the arm feel? Do you need ice or anything?" The curtain swung open then, and a tall, dark-skinned doctor with a lizard toy attached to the end of his stethoscope came in. "Here she is," he said with a clap of his hands. "I heard we had a unicorn princess on the floor, and I'm so glad I found her." Annie giggled again, and Felicity stroked her brown hair. "What are we looking at, Doctor?" The man, Dr. Rogers as he told her, greeted Micah before launching into an analysis of the break. It was just a hairline fracture, and he was confident a cast and resting the arm would have it back to full force in 4 to 6 weeks. "Now," he said with a conspiratorial look at Annie, "the important question, what color do you want your cast to be?" Robert leaned forward on the stiff plastic chair of the hospital's ER waiting room and took in the space around him. What was he even doing there? Still dressed in his uniform from that morning, he'd stopped into the bakery to grab lunch when Felicity's terrified voice had been like a dagger to his heart. Mr. and Mrs. Cain sat in the chairs across from him, holding hands and anxiously checking their phones for updates. He hadn't bothered. Why would Felicity text him an update? For just a second, when she'd noted that he came, he thought he saw a flash of something in her eyes. Was it gratitude? Maybe, but he'd probably never know for sure. The automatic doors to the patient area opened again with a whoosh, and Micah wheeled Annie out in a wheelchair with Felicity following behind. She held their things in a large plastic bag the hospital had no doubt given her, though Annie clutched a teddy bear in her non-injured arm. A bright pink cast covered part of her hand and up her forearm, and tracks of dried tears stained the girl's cheeks. She didn't let any of it keep her down, though, as she squealed at the sight of Felicity's parents. "Grammy, pop, pop!" She hopped out of the wheelchair, but at least Micah had the foresight to pull it to a stop before he bowled her over. "You came!" She crashed into her Grammy's arms, both adults far more careful than Annie was regarding her arm. Mrs. Cain knelt to the floor and hugged her granddaughter tight. "Of course we are, baby. Any time you need us, we are right here." Annie's unicorn shirt was stained with what appeared to be dirt, though thankfully he didn't see any blood. She remained in her grandmother's arms as she twisted to face him. "Mr. Robert, what are you doing here?" "Annie," Felicity said softly. "That was a little rude, sweetheart. He's here because he heard you were hurt and wanted to come check on you." "That's right," Robert said as he knelt down to her eye level. "I broke a couple of bones when I was a kid, and it was never fun. I wanted to make sure the doctors in this joint were giving you the princess treatment." Her eyes widened, and a small grin spread over her face. "What bones did you break?" "This one." He pointed to the top of his foot. "This one," he said as he held up his elbow. "And this one." Annie burst into giggles when he pointed to his nose and wiggled it like a rabbit. "But you want to know the best part of breaking a bone?" Little brows furrowed, Annie shook her head. "No, what?" "You get to have your cast decorated. All your friends will get to draw pictures on your cast if you want them to, and you'll get to look at it whenever you want." He winked, wondering if she'd let him pull out his rusty art skills to draw a unicorn she'd love to show off. "I once drew a dragon on mine." "Do you want to draw something on mine?" Her voice was so hopeful, and she looked up to her mother with pleading eyes. "Please, Mommy, can he?" If Robert didn't know better, he'd say there was a sheen of tears in Felicity's eyes. "Yes, baby. But rather than doing it here in the waiting room, why doesn't Mr. Robert come get ice cream with us to celebrate how brave you were today? He can draw on your cast there." Her attention shifted to him. "Oh, I just realized you're probably supposed to be at work, aren't you?" It was true, but he'd worked nearly 60-hour weeks since the first of the predators showed up around the resort, working with brick to put up some inconspicuous fencing in an attempt to at least deter the animals. "I can spare another hour, but only if I get mint chocolate chip." Annie held out her uninjured hand to beckon a fist bump. "Deal." Chapter 12. By the time Felicity and Annie got home that afternoon, neither had had the energy for anything but snuggles and TV on the couch. Micah and Sarah had brought dinner around 5, and they'd all watched another couple of episodes of Annie's favorite pony show. Putting Annie to bed that night, Felicity had laid extra long in the bed with her, thankful that the fall from the monkey bars wasn't as bad as it could have been. It was nearly 9 o'clock when a knock at the door startled Felicity from her nightly cleanup. Who would be visiting at this hour? Annie's teacher had called around dinner time to check on her, as had the preschool director. A couple of Annie's friends' parents had texted or even dropped off a couple of get-well gifts, but that had stopped a few hours ago. Flipping back one of the blinds, Felicity wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Why in the world would Robert come tonight? The locks clicked as she undid them, and she was far too tired to be self-conscious about her messy bun, pink linen pajama pants, and sweatshirt. She probably had some remnants of her makeup from earlier, as she hadn't taken it off yet, but there was no telling what it looked like after a day like today. "Hey," she said softly as she glanced back towards Annie's cracked door. "What's up?" Robert had his hands shoved in his jean pockets, a black band t-shirt similar to those he wore in high school paired with black tennis shoes. He wore a baseball cap, something he'd not done back then, and both his beard and body had filled out significantly in the last decade. "I wanted to wait until I thought Annie would be asleep. Can we talk on the porch for a minute?" What in the world? Felicity nodded, drawing the blinds until she could see Annie's door from the porch swing, and closed the door as quietly as she could. "What's going on?" The swing settled a little under both their weights, and she let him take a minute to figure out what he needed to say. "First, how's Annie?" "She's good. I won't be surprised if she has a nightmare tonight, but I'll hear her. I always do." His jaw clenched, and he stared at his hands. "You've been alone her entire life, haven't you?" "Not alone, necessarily. My parents moved to California just before she was born. Mom held my hand in the delivery room, and Dad and Micah put together all the crib furniture for me. I know I'm technically a single mom, but it doesn't really feel like it." "And Archer really doesn't want anything to do with her? I can't imagine having a little girl that amazing and not wanting to be with her every chance you got. Even if it didn't work out between you two, how could he just give up his child like that?" The pain was clear in his eyes, and Felicity couldn't quite figure out what had brought on the line of questioning. Still, this was Robert. He might have been angry with her, but he'd always made her feel comfortable enough to tell the truth. Well, every time but one. No, he signed away his rights the week she was born, but that was fine. I don't go after him for child support because I don't want him changing his mind one day and wanting visitation. He's greedy enough that if he tries, I can threaten him with all his back child support. She shrugged. It's probably not the best attitude to have, but unless he completely turns over a new leaf, I don't want Annie anywhere near him. But at one point you loved him, didn't you? When I heard you got married, I broke my hand, putting my fist through a wall at Uncle Earl's. I was young, impulsive, and immature, but I didn't know what to do. You'd only been gone a few years. I still thought about you every day and prayed you'd come back. She placed her hand on his, and it was only then he looked up to face her. I don't know if I ever loved him. I was also young, impulsive, and immature, and I was vulnerable to boot. He was already in the industry, and I was blinded by the connections he had and the fancy parties his friends threw. I guess I figured if I distracted myself enough, I'd forget how far I'd strayed from who I wanted to be. He was quiet for a moment, staring into her eyes as though searching her very soul. The vulnerability in his own was both heartbreaking and beautiful. Why did you leave? I'd have gone with you to Los Angeles if you really wanted to go. You'd have hated it, she said with a chuckle. I hated it, and I'm not part bear like you are. I'd have still gone for you. Please, just tell me. I want to be able to coexist in this town without alternating between fighting, avoidance, and stolen moments after I save your life. I just want to be friends and not feel like there's this elephant in the room every time I see you. Please. Was it really time to tell him after all? She hadn't really ever planned to, at least not for a very long time. She stared at him and the earnestness in his expression tore down her defenses and made her forget all her reasons why. How close are you with your parents? His brows rose, but she needed to know before she told him anything. It would infuriate him, and she wouldn't ruin a relationship between parents and son if they had one. I talk to them once or twice a year. They live their lives back in New York, and I live mine here. Once I stopped playing their game, they didn't particularly like it. Things kind of fell apart after that, though we'd never been all that close. He straightened, his eyes narrowing. Why? Did they have something to do with you leaving? Unfortunately, yes. With a deep breath, Felicity shut her eyes. It was 3 weeks after the senior class party that I found out I was pregnant. Robert's whole world skidded to a stop. Pregnant? Memories of him chasing her out the back doors at school, finding her down by the bleachers, sobbing and sitting in the fetal position, it all came rushing back. She'd lobbed insults and hurtful things towards him, but his gut had always told him they were from a place of terror rather than truth. Yes, I'd been taking tests every day because I was so terrified one of them would be positive. I just knew it would destroy my whole life and make everyone hate me, though I realize now that I was wrong. They may have been disappointed, but at least my family and Sarah would have stood by me. I would have too, he choked out. Had she gotten an abortion? Put the baby up for adoption? Did he have a child out there he'd never met? But that line of thinking wasn't what Felicity needed to finish the story, so he just placed his arm around her and prayed God would help him accept whatever came next. I know you would have, but it turned out no one needed to. 2 days before graduation, I started bleeding. It was so much, and it scared me. I knew blood was a bad sign in pregnancy, at least that's what they'd taught us in health class. A sick feeling came over him. He knew where this was going. You lost the baby. I did, and I drove myself to the hospital just to make sure. They made sure everything was out, and the nurses were really kind to me while I was there. She laid her head on his shoulder, and he could feel the slight tremble of her shoulders. On the way out, I guess one of the techs hadn't read my full chart, as she handed me a bunch of teen pregnancy and prenatal care pamphlets. I didn't argue, just took them and tried to hold it together until I got to the car. He stroked her hair, unable to not try and provide some comfort if he could. I'm so sorry. As though she hadn't even heard him, she continued. Your uncle was in the waiting room as I left. Realization dawned. It was the day he cut his hand on the wood chipper. It had been a couple of days before graduation, but a few stitches later, and the man had been back at work that afternoon. Yep, He had this cloth wrapped around his hand, soaked in blood, but that wasn't what made me nauseous. It was the look on his face when he saw the brochures in my hand. Earl had found out and never told him? Anger welled up, but Robert did his best to push it down. Anger wouldn't help Felicity now any more than it would have then. Did he say anything? No, but I knew he saw them. I didn't speak either, just ran out the door and sobbed in my car for what felt like hours. Then, 2 days later, your parents approached me at graduation. Graduation. It had never been a pleasant memory for Robert. Felicity had been distant and angry in the weeks before, and nothing he said seemed to get through to her. He'd done his best to give her space, but it was later that evening when she broke things off for good. She told him she was headed to L.A. It had felt like his heart had been torn out of his chest, but nothing he'd said had made a difference. Her mind was made up. What did they do? He hadn't meant the words to come out like a growl, but there was no telling with the people who called themselves his parents. They'd pawned him off on nannies and boarding schools since the day he was born, and never cared a lick about him except when he wasn't living up to their expectations. Sending him to Uncle Earl had been the best thing possible for him, but they'd just wanted him out of the way. They thought I was still pregnant at the time, and they told me they'd pay for an abortion. His whole body tensed at the thought. I'm so sorry. Uncle Earl told them? The guy probably thought he was helping, but he should have at least told Robert first. I guess so. I'm not mad at him. It was a tough situation to be in. When I told them I'd lost the baby, your mom said it would probably just happen again and I needed to break up with you. She said I was holding you back from your future anyway, and high school romances didn't end in marriage. Your dad added if I didn't, he could make things very difficult on you and my family. What do you mean? His fists clenched, but nothing she said about his father really surprised him. He threatened your family? Yes. He said he could take away your trust fund in a snap, leaving you with no money for college or a setup for the future. Her voice broke as she continued speaking, but he did his best to keep stroking her hair and arm rather than lose it like he wanted to. But it was mostly what he said about my dad that made me leave. He said he'd buy the building my dad's practice was in and turn him out. At that age, I didn't realize it didn't really work like that, but even if it did, my dad would have landed on his feet. Still, he'd just had that heart procedure in the spring, and I didn't want to cause him that stress. She scoffed. I guess your only daughter running off to L.A. was probably stressful enough on its own, but it was the only thing I could think to do. So, why didn't you just break up with me but stay here? You never even wanted to be an actress, did you? No, she admitted. But I figured folks might believe it, and staying in town wasn't an option. I knew you'd never rest until you eventually wore me down, and I couldn't let you risk your future either. The irony threatened to choke him. Felicity, I walked away from my parents and their money the day after graduation. She bolted upright, shaking the porch swing as she did. You what? He said he'd only pay for college if I chose one of his approved majors. Wildlife management wasn't one of them, but it was the only thing I'd ever wanted to do. Thankfully, the school had a grant that covered my tuition for my junior and senior years, and I took out loans for the first 2. It wasn't ideal, but I lived with Uncle Earl for a couple years after I graduated to pay them off quickly and then built my house. The slack in her jaw was so wide you could have driven a truck through it. I can't believe you walked away. Tears filled her eyes and flowed down her cheeks, but she smiled through it. I'm so proud of you. Honestly, I was pretty proud of myself too, but I know it was the Lord guiding every step. I joined a Bible study in college with a bunch of other guys who were seekers and questioners like I was. They helped me see that doubts don't weaken your faith. They strengthen it. There was clearly more she wanted to say, but the sound of the front door opening cut the moment short. Annie stood there with her unicorn nightgown and bright pink cast. Mommy, I'm thirsty. Felicity jumped to her feet, crossing the distance to Annie quickly. Of course, baby. Mommy and Mr. Robert were just talking, but we can be done. He wasn't done, not by a long shot, but Annie was the first priority. She needed her mother, and they had the time they needed to talk. Not to mention, he needed time to process the bomb she'd dropped on him. It was all overwhelming, especially the fact he'd been a father, no matter how short the little one's life was. His parents' threats and overstepped boundaries, and his uncle's likely well-meaning mistake. The what-ifs that plagued their entire story. The gut-wrenching knowledge she'd gone through it all alone. Felicity's gaze met his once more as she turned from the doorway. We can talk more later, okay? I'm sorry for just dumping that on you, but I didn't know how else to tell you the full truth. There's nothing to apologize for. Robert closed the distance between them and lifted his hand to her face. He cupped her cheek, heart racing as she leaned into it and closed her eyes. We have time. For the first time in over a decade, they really did have time, and now that he knew the truth, he'd make sure they took advantage of it. He still didn't know exactly where Felicity stood with her faith, but he got the hunch she had struggled with it over the years. For the girl who'd dragged him to church and always insisted they pray over their food on dates, that hurt his heart, but he couldn't say he blamed her. She'd been through a lot, and not all at the hand of her own decisions. But if God could reach into his life and soften the heart of an angry kid with major daddy issues, he could surely do the same for a single mom who wondered if anyone really cared about her. And in the meantime, he'd just pray she'd be receptive.
Chapter 13.
Okay, crew, that was a good run-through. Felicity shut her play notebook and popped her pencil behind her ear. The one downside of her gorgeous blue maxi dress, the one that made her feel a little bit like a fairy princess, was its lack of pockets. Let's try to be off book 2 weeks from today for everyone but Romeo and Juliet. You guys can take another week or two. It had been a week since she and Robert talked on the front porch, and he'd been around for rehearsals twice already. The first time had been to measure the stage and get an idea of what Felicity wanted, and the second time to begin the process of framing the balcony. The students didn't really pay too much attention to him when he was there, though some of the girls usually giggled a little when he walked in. As the kids started gathering their things, Felicity waved down Shayla where she stuffed her purse into her backpack. Shayla, can you come here for a minute? The girl nodded, motioning for her friends to go on without her, though they all kind of looked like lost puppies without their leader. What's up? The room had started to clear out a little more, and Felicity sat down on the stage. They'd come to a new understanding at the campout. All the students had gained a new respect for her after she'd stood between one of them and a bear, but Felicity had done her best not to smother Shayla by checking on her too much. First, you're doing a great job as Juliet. Are you having fun? I actually am. I didn't really think I would, but getting to take on a persona that's so not me is kind of awesome. I can channel some of my frustration into her as well. It feels a little like therapy. She paused, looking down at her hands. Thanks for talking to Mr. Poplar for me, by the way. He called Riker in and scared him within an inch of his life. James had already told him to delete the video and not tell anyone else about it, but now I think he's really done. Good, I'm glad. And Bryce? Is there anything you can do about that? Shayla grinned, a little bit of satisfaction in her expression. Yes, actually. Bryce plays football at his college, and Mr. Poplar called his coach. I'm not sure what all they said to him, but he actually sent me a text and apologized before I blocked his number. I'm so glad, Felicity said with a soft smile. I didn't want to betray your confidence, but there are times we just need a little help. You shouldn't have had to deal with all that on your own. Glancing up, she noticed James still standing in the doorway waiting on Shayla, but now Robert was there as well. Is there something going on between you and James? Shayla raised a brow and followed her gaze. Is there something going on between you and the hot park ranger? That was a loaded question if she'd ever heard one, and Felicity wasn't about to go into the whole difficult story with one of her students. Robert had been nothing but kind, texting on occasion since their conversation last week, but usually only when he had something specific to say or something funny to show her. The best part of their relationship had always been the friendship that had served as its base. It was nice to have that back, at least. He's not exactly a park ranger, Felicity laughed. But no, we have a history, and he's helping us build sets for the play. Sure, for what it's worth, he seems like a really nice guy. Your gold heart and all that. As for James, I really don't know where we stand. He punched Riker for me. He was checking on me every day when the stuff with Bryce was still going on, and we've been running lines together. But you're not sure what you want? I guess. Felicity bit her lip, choosing her words carefully. That's fine. You're 18 years old. You don't have to know your future today, but I'll say one thing about gold-hearted boys with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Pushing her light blonde hair behind her ear, Shayla's eyes went big. What's that? They make great friends. Robert shoved his hands in his pockets in the doorway of the drama room, trying not to awkwardly bounce on his toes the way James was doing. Both were trying to let Felicity and Shayla finish their conversation, but the look in the kid's eye was all too familiar. He was gone over Shayla Barrett, no matter where she stood. Finally learning the truth behind everything that had happened back in high school had given Robert the puzzle pieces he'd needed for years, but it didn't mean it hurt any less. He was angry with his parents and to some degree Uncle Earl, but Felicity still could have come to him and told him what was going on. She might still have chosen to leave, but at least then he wouldn't have spent years feeling like he hadn't been enough for her. James looked him up and down, swishing his long blonde hair to the side. "You here for Miss Cain?" His voice was deep, his muscles filled out like a man's, and Robert thought he remembered seeing the kid at the senior campout. "No, I'm technically here to work on the set some more, but yeah." He'd been there a few times during practice already, but he'd only waved to the kids practicing before setting to work after Felicity had introduced them. "Trying to finish everything before you guys start doing dress rehearsals?" The kid nodded, narrowing his eyes at Robert's arms and chest. "You're a park ranger, right? That how you bulked up?" Robert held back a snort. Leave it to a high school boy to bring weightlifting into just about any conversation. "I'm actually with Fish and Wildlife, but I have a gym at my house." It was small, more or less a shed he rolled the door up on and lifted weights, but it was dry. He'd bring in a battery-powered heater in the winter sometimes, but mostly he just worked up a sweat on his own. James looked him up and down, clearly appraising. "What do you bench? Like 250? 265 on a good day, but I'm not really trying to impress anybody anymore. I'm just trying to still be able to get around easily when I'm 70. Youth was wasted on the young, when no joints ached and going on little sleep could be fixed with a soda and a donut. He was barely 30, and already he could feel wear and tear on his body from the seasons he'd thought he was invincible. Working out was his attempt to keep the energy, flexibility, and good health he had well into his old age, not for bragging rights. "Impressive," James said. "What did you major in for your job anyway? It sounds pretty cool." "Wildlife management, and if you're interested, we always hire a couple of interns every summer. It's mostly grunt work, but you get an idea of what we do while you get paid." Just then, Shayla and Felicity approached the two of them, both smiling as they walked. Felicity looked gorgeous in her long blue dress, one that just kissed the floor at the hem. It made her eyes pop, and her softly curled brown hair framed her face in an almost angelic way. She put her hand on her hip as James wrapped an arm around Shayla's shoulders. "What were you boys discussing over here?" "Mr. Gunn said they hire interns at Fish and Wildlife," James replied. "And he was telling me about his home gym." He patted Robert on the back as though he was his best buddy. "You should really snatch this one up, Miss Cain. He's a winner." Grinning like he'd just done Robert a huge favor, James led Shayla out the door and into the hallway. "I promise I didn't tell him to say that." At least she was still smiling. "James has a tendency to speak before he thinks, but he's a good kid." She checked her watch, grimacing at the time. "I need to go get Annie, but I plan to bring her back here with me so I can work on some more costumes. I'll bring dinner back. Do you want anything?" "Sure. Whatever you guys want is fine. I may be able to finish framing the balcony by the time you get back." "That would be amazing. Thanks again for doing this, Robert. I can't tell you how much of a bind you're helping me out of. I thought I was going to have to borrow Micah's drill and do it myself, and I'm just not sure there are any YouTube tutorials on building Romeo and Juliet balconies." By the time she and Annie got back with the pizza, Robert had managed to get the balcony framed and started on the ladder. He took a break for dinner, and Annie regaled them with tales of playground drama and funny mishaps from school that day. And then Liam tried to go down the slide on his tummy, but we're not supposed to do that. Her eyes were wide, the idea clearly scandalous. "Oh no," Robert said as he took a bite of the sausage and pepperoni pizza, his favorite that somehow Felicity had remembered. "What did your teacher do?" "He had to go in time out. Liam's not a bad boy, but sometimes he makes bad decisions." She spoke so earnestly that Robert had to fake a cough so he wouldn't laugh. "That's a really great way to look at it." Annie shrugged, her long brown braid loose around the crown of her head where it had fallen. "It's what my mommy says about my daddy. He's not a bad man, but he made some really bad decisions." The anger that rushed through Robert at the mention of Archer surprised him, though it shouldn't have. Before he had a chance to respond, Annie tossed her half-eaten slice of pizza back on the plate and jumped to her feet. "Mommy, can I play a game on your phone?" Felicity looked at her watch again. Yes, but we will be leaving in about an hour. If you waste your screen time here, just know there won't be any more when we get home. That's fine. Annie took Felicity's phone and skipped over to one of the chairs at the top of the stadium seating in the drama room. Can I sit up here? This is cool. Yes, but hold the rail when you come down. Felicity sighed as Annie became engrossed in her game. I don't want to lie to her about Archer, but he's half of her. I don't want her thinking that half is bad. I think what you said is perfect. Robert took another slice of pizza out of the box and plopped it on his plate. Can you tell me more about what life was like after Annie was born? I feel like there's such a big chunk of your life that I missed out on, and I'd like to hear about it. Do you want the good, the bad, or the ugly? All of it. All of you. He didn't say the last part out loud, but knowing what had really happened all those years ago had blown his heart wide open where Felicity was concerned. The only way they wouldn't end up together is if Felicity put a stop to it. That, or the Lord was clear that it wasn't the right move. It all makes you who you are. Fine, but I warned you. After Annie was born, things were difficult for me. He cocked his head to the side, doing his best to understand. Difficult how? Well, my parents had moved in down the street to help, which was so incredibly kind, but I felt so guilty they'd had to do it. I felt like a failure. Here I was with this tiny little thing who cried all the time, and I had no idea what I was doing. I had to go back to working 2 jobs at 2 weeks postpartum because we couldn't afford any more leave. A tear rolled down her cheek, and she wiped it away with a pizza shop napkin. Looking back, I should have accepted help from my parents financially, but they'd already done so much. Annie needed me, but my pride got in the way. We all do the best we can in the moment. You're a great mother, and clearly your bond didn't suffer. No, she said, but I was convinced it would. I couldn't pump milk for her at work because I'd lose out on tips, so my milk dried up, and I had to go get formula from the food bank to feed her. It hurt her tummy, but they didn't have any of the special kind. That I did let Mom and Dad buy, but it was just one more thing I couldn't give her that she deserved. The shame she'd carried, the guilt over needing help, it gutted him. Allowing someone to help you takes strength too. I know that now, at least most days I do. But then the postpartum anxiety and depression hit hard. When she did finally start sleeping through the night, I couldn't even enjoy it because I woke up 10 times a night just to make sure she was breathing. I used to stick a makeup mirror in front of her face while she slept just to make sure she fogged it up. At one point, late at night, I was washing bottles in the kitchen and dropped a tub of the expensive formula. I sat down on the floor and cried, but then I looked up at the medicine cabinet. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. Oh, Felicity! Uncaring of where they stood, he reached out to cover her hand with his. I'm so sorry. Glancing up to make sure Annie still couldn't hear them, Felicity shook her head. I didn't do anything, but I did have this thought that I could make all the pain and worry go away if I just downed a whole bottle of something. Annie would live with my parents, and I already knew they were wonderful. Then Annie started crying. At that moment, the only thing that snapped me out of it was the realization she'd be alone all night until someone came looking for me. There was no way Robert could go another moment without holding her. Pushing to his feet, he held out a hand to help her to her own. He wrapped his arms around her, a little surprised when she came willingly. She'd always fit so perfectly there and still did, even after all this time. I'm so sorry. Pressing a kiss to her head, he felt his own eyes fill with tears at the idea of her alone, and so hopeless that the only thing keeping her from ending it all was her love for her daughter. Thank you, Lord, he prayed softly, for waking Annie up that night. Felicity pulled back, her eyes full of questions as she stared up into the seats where her daughter sat. You know, I never thought about how odd it was that Annie woke up that night. She'd already started sleeping through the night by that point. Not that it mattered for my own sleep. Maybe he does care about me after all. I can assure you, Sunshine, he does. I didn't always believe it about myself, but he cares more than we can ever imagine. When you came to Jesus, Felicity said through a choked voice, did you ever feel like you were too far gone for him to save? You bet I did, but a certain brunette with killer blue eyes loved me until I believed someone else could too. As much as he'd like to kiss her right now, it wasn't the time. Annie may not be paying attention, but she was still right there within eyesight. As for right now, let's get finished up with this balcony before we give Annie more questions than you want to answer tonight. But make no mistake, Sunshine, this isn't over. He tweaked her nose and grinned just as the pink rose in her cheeks. You can count on it. Chapter 14. A few days later, Mom and Annie opened Felicity's front door with Cheshire cat grins spread from one end of their faces to the other. What's going on? Mom had picked Annie up from school since Felicity had drama practice, and she'd offered to take her home and cook dinner for the three of them. You want to tell her, Annie Bannany? Mom loved a surprise, so it wouldn't surprise her if she walked into the whole room decorated in paper flowers and crowns for a princess movie night. You got flowers, Mommy! They're so pretty! Annie hopped up and down before grabbing Felicity's hand and pulling her inside. Flowers? Who'd send her flowers? Annie skipped through the tiny living room and skidded to a halt in front of the counter where the most beautiful bouquet of assorted wildflowers took Felicity's breath away. Wildflowers had always been her favorite, perfect in their imperfection and beautiful in their unpredictability. Oh my goodness, those are beautiful. Did you guys get these for me? Shaking her head wildly, Annie continued jumping up and down. Read the card, Mommy! Read the card! Pulling the card from its plastic holder, Felicity gasped at the words. Her heart raced, but only in the best way. Let's try this again, shall we? Robert. She didn't even realize a tear had rolled down her cheek until her mother reached up and wiped it away. I'm hoping that's a happy tear? She watched Felicity knowingly, the way only a mother could see straight into the heart of her children, but still always doubted themselves a little. It is. Can I step out real quick? I need to make a call. Mom nodded and took Annie's hand. Come on, Princess. Let's start dinner while Mommy calls Mr. Robert. She winked at Felicity, then spun Annie around in the sweetest little twirl. As hesitant as Micah had been the day Felicity brought Robert home in high school, Mom had always seen straight through all the bluff and bluster. The very first time they all had dinner together, Robert had helped wash the dishes without any pretense or showmanship. He'd also taken out the trash and had a good conversation with Mom while he helped. It had endeared him to her, but more importantly, it had told her what type of person he was. Stepping out onto the front porch, Felicity scrolled to Robert's name in her phone. He picked up on the third ring. Hey there, Sunshine. Sorry I haven't made it up to the school in a few days. We've been setting up wildlife barriers around the resort, and it's pretty much been all hands on deck around here. I'll get the sets done before the dress rehearsal, though, don't worry. That's not why I'm calling, and I think you know that. She couldn't keep the smile off her face, staring through the window at the beautiful bouquet of flowers while Mom and Annie danced in the kitchen. Thank you for the flowers, they're beautiful. I'm glad you like them. I hoped wildflowers were still your favorite. They were, and it meant even more that he'd always accepted that. Archer had always insisted on buying her roses despite her telling him the cheaper wildflowers brought her even more joy. He said children went and picked wildflowers for their mothers, but husbands brought home roses. In the 3 years they were together, she'd never been able to get him to understand. They are. I love them, and Annie thinks they're the prettiest thing ever. Yeah, Sally at the florist told me your mom had signed for the order and Annie was there too. It didn't occur to me that you might not want Annie to see them before you had a chance to talk to her, so I'm sorry if it made things more difficult. He paused, and she let the silence hang for a moment. I've never really dated a woman with a child before. The words were out before she even realized she spoke them. Have you dated lots of women without them? Somehow, despite the fact she'd been married herself, the thought of Robert dating other women flared the green monster of jealousy to life in her belly. A few, but none were serious. I couldn't really get past the girl who got away. He chuckled. It was probably a little sad, pining after your high school sweetheart, but it is what it is. Listen, I've got to get back to work, but I wondered if you'd let me take you and Annie to dinner on Saturday. After dinner, maybe we could take her to your parents' house and hang out for a few hours by ourselves. If you don't want to leave her, that's fine. I just wanted to give options. If a heart could actually swell with sweetness, hers would be. That sounds fantastic, but I have to tell you that Annie is a pretty picky eater, so if you were planning on fine dining with a 4-year-old, you might want to rethink it. If I recall, her mother's somewhat of a picky eater as well. It was true. Felicity's palate had expanded a little in adulthood, but she was still much happier with a burger and fries than she was with any sort of fancy meal. How about Paula's? The diner was a staple in Reindeer Pass, as was its namesake. Burgers, fries, milkshakes, chicken, it's a crowd pleaser. That sounds perfect. Shifting her weight to rest it on the porch railing, Felicity got curious. So what will we be doing after we drop Annie off? I think I'll let that be a surprise. You'll just have to trust me. Axe throwing? Felicity burst into laughter as they pulled into the gravel parking lot. Our first date in a decade, and you're taking me axe throwing? She continued to laugh, a freedom to the sound he hadn't heard out of her since she'd gotten back to town. It made him wish he could bottle it up and open it whenever he needed some sunshine. That sunshine, the pure radiance that had accompanied Felicity in high school, life had snuffed it out. She was still kind, smart, funny, and all the wonderful qualities he'd been drawn to in her, but the girl in the blue dress he'd fallen for at 16 had been through too much not to change. That was fine, but he'd come up with a million weird and quirky dates if it meant he could hear that laugh again. Yep. Micah brought Sarah out here a few weeks ago, and she said it made her feel powerful getting the hang of it. They had a blast, so I figured we'd give it a shot. Felicity settled back into the seat as he put the truck in park. Thank you for including Annie in dinner. You didn't have to do that, but the fact you thought of it means a lot to me. They'd had a great time at Paula's, Annie dousing her chicken fingers in a ranch and ketchup concoction Robert knew good and well her mother taught her. She'd told them story after story from preschool, and Robert saw the sunshine in her that had been missing in her mother. It wasn't that she'd taken it from her, just that Felicity only had enough for one person at the moment, and she'd gifted it to Annie. If nothing else, Robert hoped he could help her find the rest. Annie's part of your life, and any man who dates a single mom needs to know she comes as a package deal. Plus, she's a really cool kid. Felicity reached across the truck seat and took his hand. In some ways, it felt like no time had passed at all since the last time they'd done this. Different truck, but the same girl. Still, it meant a lot to me. Lifting her hand to press his lips to her soft skin, Robert smiled. It's my pleasure. Going into the axe-throwing place was an experience in and of itself. It was a dark red warehouse with rows down each side of corrals. The corrals were a little like a shooting range, though much shorter distances, with a target down at the end. The floor was covered in astroturf, and the barriers between each corral were wood from the floor to about waist high, then sturdy metal mesh from there to the top. There were no bells and whistles to this place, as he'd heard of a couple spots in Bozeman where it would keep score for you based on sensors in the target. Nope. Here they just handed you one of those annoying half-golf pencils and a sheet of paper. There were only 2 open corrals left that night, but Robert had made a reservation. Felicity looked around in surprise as she took in the space around her. I had no idea this was such a popular thing to do. Has it been here long? I think they opened a year ago, but this is the first time I've been here. Technically, Uncle Earl had taught Robert to throw axes and knives when he was still a teenager, but he didn't particularly want to share that in case he'd gotten rusty. Signing in at the clipboard on the counter, Robert smiled at the college-aged attendant. Reservation for Gunn. The kid, looking every bit as bored as Robert imagined he would be doing a shift at an axe-throwing joint on a Saturday night, smacked his gum. Lane 6. You've got 1 hour. Sliding the paper and pencil across the counter, he took Robert's card for payment. Any questions? No, thanks. I think we're good. Robert took Felicity's arm and led her over to their lane where 3 axes were stuck into a stump. I imagine it's pretty self-explanatory, but do you want me to show you how to do it a couple times before you try? I could explain it, but it just is way easier when you watch first. I'll watch first, she said as she handed him the axe. Then get ready for me to wipe the floor with you. Chapter 15. No! Felicity couldn't remember a time when she'd been happier. She'd been back in Reindeer Pass since the summer, and it was now early November. Annie was thriving at preschool, making so many sweet friends and getting playdate invitations every other week. Felicity had actually enjoyed getting to know some of the other mothers, something she'd never had time to do in Los Angeles due to how much she worked. She and Robert had gone out a few more times, though work at the resort had kept him busy. They hadn't had any more sightings since they put up the wildlife fencing, but it was a temporary solution at best. Now, as she watched him do the final paint touch-ups to the backdrops ahead of their final dress rehearsal, she couldn't be more thankful. They'd moved everything from the drama room to the main auditorium, but due to the genius of the school architects, it wasn't far. The drama room was actually off the back of the main auditorium and served as the backstage area during shows due to its proximity. A large rolling door could be lifted to bring set pieces through and lowered again when they were finished. They'd been unable to build the sets in the auditorium in the first place due to the state mathlete competition being hosted there, but now they could. "That looks great," she said as she approached the contemporary brick facade of the house. The other side was painted white to resemble a school hallway, and Robert had made it where they could flip the pieces around at will. They'd hung posters and a bulletin board on it, and a set of 3 lockers they kept backstage as props would be wheeled out during scene changes as well. "You've really gone above and beyond." Robert stood, tweaking her nose and tossing his paintbrush onto the palette. "I was happy to help, and I'm really glad you asked me." Jace had come back the week before. He'd helped him finish up the last of the work, but mostly it was just painting. "Besides, getting to see you 3 days a week is never a chore." Trying to hold back her blush, but failing miserably, Felicity grinned.
"You're a charmer, Robert Gunn. Anyone ever tell you that?"
"You're the only one I've ever wanted to charm, so no. I'm usually just the too serious fish and wildlife officer who's helpful in a pinch and doesn't date enough." He shrugged, the ghost of a grin on his lips. Well, at least the last part's not true anymore. Dates with Robert had been an unexpected and beautiful addition to the last few weeks. Ever since their first date of dinner and axe throwing, they'd enjoyed flying kites with Annie in the park, taking a baking class with Sarah at the bakery that Robert had asked her to put on, and been to her family's house for dinner a couple of times. It was comfortable in the best possible way, and for the first time since she'd left town at 18, she allowed herself to dream a little of what could be. Anyone who thinks you're no more than the too serious fish and wildlife officer hasn't spent more than 5 seconds with you, but that's okay. People all think I'm just the failed actress, single mom who pulled her parents away from their home for 4 years because I couldn't get my life together. That part especially hurt, but mostly because they weren't entirely wrong. Mom and Dad had willingly moved to Los Angeles. She'd never asked them to, but it was still clear they weren't happy there from day one. "I guess we can be misfits together." Anna! The kids would be there any minute, but she couldn't find it in her to care as Robert pulled her closer. "See, here's the thing about misfits. You don't have as much experience being one as I do, so let me clue you in. We're actually the coolest people to be, because we get the opportunity over and over again to prove people wrong. There's power in that, and I think there's grace in it too. Everyone loves an underdog story, right?" He kissed her forehead, sending butterflies to her stomach. "How is there grace in that?" That was another thing they'd talked a lot about over the past few weeks. Slowly, but surely, Felicity could see more places in her life where the Lord had worked things out and protected her from things despite the increasing distance she'd put between them. They'd even gone to lunch with Cam after church on Sunday, and he'd shared a little about his backstory of finding the Lord at rock bottom. It was familiar, even though Felicity had actually grown up in church and had to maintain some semblance of stability for Annie, but the heart was the same. Robert took her hand and led her over to the side of the stage. They sat, legs dangling, while he slid his phone from his pocket and sat it beside them. Well, the Bible's full of misfits and sinners who play a role in his greater story, right? Moses killed a guy in an attempt to protect someone else, but the Lord still allowed him to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. David beat Goliath with a sling and a stone, but later he royally messed up with Bathsheba. Even the woman at the well wouldn't have been considered anything close to influential, but she was one of the ones who spread the gospel in those early days. "I'm starting to think you're right. I'm just not sure what to do about it." With Robert, she didn't ever feel the need to stand on pretense, as he'd always been a safe place for her to land. "For so long, the Bible and faith were the foundation I stood on, but once it crumbled, everything felt shaky." Robert sat back, leaning on his hands as he thought for a moment. "Do you think your faith really was your foundation, or do you think it was the security all the rules brought you? You followed them really well, and everyone thought you had it all together, but do you think that's true?" "Probably not," she admitted. "That's probably why everything fell apart when we slept together at that party. It was the first time I hadn't followed the rules, and the shame I felt was probably well past conviction. Then, when I got pregnant, she trailed off, swallowing the lump in her throat. Everyone was going to know. My whole identity was about to come crashing down, and I had no idea what to do. Robert sat up straight, pulling her close to his side as he pressed a kiss to her hair. You were just a kid. Can you imagine one of your students knowing the exact right thing to do in that situation? Definitely not. I should have gone to my parents. They'd have stood by me, but the idea of disappointing them was just too much. She shook her head, thinking about how hurt she'd feel if Annie kept something like that from her. I should have told them. Sure, but hindsight's 20/20ths. You can't live in the shame of the past because there's no future there. Robert lifted his other hand to guide her chin toward him. And I, for one, think your future is pretty bright. I just hope you'll let me be part of it. He lowered his lips to hers, and it felt like the whole world stopped spinning. Robert had kissed her for the first time in the drama room back in high school, but what had once been an awkward kid was now a confident man. Placing one hand on her back and the other in her hair, he took charge of the kiss in a way that made her melt all the way down her spine. Suddenly, she was pulled from the heady trance by a throat clearing and a few giggles by the door. Miss Cain? Are we early? James's Cheshire cat grin spread from ear to ear, and the rest of the kids there holding their costumes had similar expressions. Robert released her and hopped down from the stage with a wink. Nah, you're right on time. Just then his phone rang and he swiped it up from where he'd left it next to where they sat. This is Robert. He continued to speak to someone on the other end while Felicity waved the students in, honestly not nearly as embarrassed as she probably should be. The kiss wasn't indecent, and it wasn't like they didn't know the two had been going on dates. Just as she took down the last few costumes from the clothing rack and handed them to those who had already brought theirs back, Robert jogged over to her with a much more serious look than earlier on his face. I hate to leave, but that was Uncle Earl. He said the hounds are ready to see if we can track down what's pulling in all the animals, and I'd really like to get this settled as soon as possible. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before shoving his phone in his pocket. I'll call you later, okay? That's fine. Be careful. It always gave Felicity some anxiety that Robert was out in the woods so often with a known predator problem, but hopefully it wouldn't be a problem much longer. Even if you're too tired to call, text and let me know you're all right. I'll be careful. You guys have a great rehearsal. And remember what Mrs. Friesen always said. Things will go wrong at dress rehearsal. That's the whole point. Trust the magic of opening night, Felicity finished. Thanks, I will. As Robert waved and hightailed it out the door, Felicity stared after him with an urge she hadn't had in years. An overwhelming desire to pray for him came over her, and she did exactly that. Lord, I'm not so sure you even hear me anymore, but please keep him safe. Robert stood with Earl and Brick as he lifted the chicken carcass from the leaf pile. You've got to be kidding me. The hounds, two of them trained to follow their noses in a hunt, had gone crazy from the moment they'd gotten them out of the car at the resort. Earl's friend, Roger, had been out of town when he initially contacted him, and he'd just gotten back 2 days before. He'd driven the dogs up to Reindeer Pass as a favor to Earl, and the dogs had been worth their weight in gold. This is intentional. That was the second chicken carcass they'd found in the general area around the resort. It was just before sunset, but Robert wanted to get every single one rounded up and burned before daybreak so they could end this whole mess. He dropped the bird in the thick bag he always carried with him in his truck, one that would hopefully mask any smell of the chickens they carried with them. The hounds, at least, had calmed down. Brick shook his head, disappointment and anger clear on his face. Why in the world would anyone do this? His voice was thick, and Robert put out a gloved hand to pat him on the shoulder. We give back to this community, we work hard to not be a burden to it, and someone is trying to sabotage us. This ain't about you, Earl groused. I'd bet every dime I have this is purely business, but now we just have to figure out who's the fox in the henhouse. The wind shifted, and the dogs must have caught another scent, because both of them started pulling on their leashes. Let's keep going, Robert suggested. Maybe the more we find, the more clues we'll get as to who is doing it and why. The next 4 hours revealed 8 more chicken carcasses, some inside the electric wildlife fencing they'd put up, others outside the perimeter. They found the remains of others, all under leaf piles and shallow holes just off the paths or hung in well-leafed-out trees. None of them were obvious to the eye, but Robert still couldn't believe he'd missed it all. "Some of these," Earl said as he closed the bag again, "have been here longer than others. I'm thinking the first couple of rounds got eaten, but some are more recent." "You don't have any game cameras out here, do you, Brick?" Robert pulled out his cell phone to call Jace, hoping he was on duty that night. "Nope, but you can bet I'm about to get some." Robert nodded, pressing Jace's number and lifting the phone to his ear, and the police chief answered quickly, and he could hear sounds of the station in the background. "Good. I'm glad I didn't wake you up. We're going to need you out at the resort." A chair slid back against the tile floor on Jace's end of the line. "You guys find out what's been drawing the predators in?" "Yep." Robert gave Jace the rundown of everything they'd found. "I know you'd probably rather we left the carcasses alone, but I really want to get them far away from the resort before someone gets killed. Not to mention another innocent animal who was just following their instincts. Killing that bear had been necessary, and he didn't regret it, but it was never something he wanted to do." "No, that's fine. I'll meet you guys out there in a few minutes." Robert gave Jace their coordinates and hung up. They stood there discussing possibilities for a few more minutes when a breeze kicked up again, and the dogs started acting differently than they had earlier. Instead of pulling at the leashes, they started to whine, getting agitated and pawing at the ground. Robert's attention was immediately piqued, and both he and Earl pulled their bear spray from their vests. Brick was the first one to speak. "Did you guys hear that?" Just then, what sounded like a whistle traveled faintly over the breeze, and the dogs started growling. Robert's stomach dropped, and he clocked the sound of a leaf crackling right behind him. "Earl," he whispered without moving, "do you have your rifle?" He had his, but there was no way he could reach for it in his back holster and get it cocked before the mountain lion attacked. The sun had set, and they hadn't bothered turning on flashlights as their eyes adjusted, partially to not draw attention to themselves. "I do," Earl replied. The sound of him flicking off the safety seemed to echo in the air as the hair on the back of Robert's neck stood on end. He could hear the cat's anticipatory purr, and he could have sworn he felt the occasional warm breath. "But I can't get a shot without moving and risking attack." They couldn't just throw the beast the bag of chickens, as that would only pull in what was sure to be more predators to the immediate area, and they were within distant eye-shot of the resort. Just as Robert wondered if his kiss with Felicity in the drama room would be his last, the headlights of Jace's cruiser SUV came barreling up the emergency access trail to their left. As soon as the lights fell on their group, he must have spotted the mountain lion as he turned on his sirens and flashers. The lion huffed, but Robert could hear it backing away from the commotion just as Jace hopped out of his car with his firearm drawn. "That's it, kitty. You just go back where you came from." Earl visibly relaxed in the light of the squad car, and Robert assumed the cat was now out of striking distance. "It's gone," his uncle nodded, stepping forward to pull Robert into his arms. "It's gone, and you had someone looking after you tonight, son." Chapter 16. "I can't believe it's opening night already," Shayla said as she paced from one end of the drama room to the other. She stopped in her tracks, eyes wide, and a terrified expression came over her. "Wait, I don't know if I remember any of my lines. I think they all just flew out of my head." Felicity looked up from her phone where she texted with the stage manager and smiled. She'd done almost the exact same thing when she'd had her first starring role. They were less than 30 minutes to curtain, and everyone was already wearing their costumes. The play opened to a dance, similar to the masquerade party at the beginning of the original play, so everyone wore semi-formal attire. Shayla's red, glittery gown looked beautiful on her, but her clear panic was the issue at hand. Before she had a chance to speak, however, James swooped in with his still untied bow tie. He looked so handsome in his suit, but he didn't appear to notice. No, despite the fact that he hadn't been cast as the play's Romeo, he was clearly Shayla's, and the calm that came over her when he pressed his forehead to hers was better than Felicity could have ever done. "Miss Cain," Eleanor said from the doorway, "you have a visitor." She opened the door fully to reveal Robert there with a bouquet of wildflowers, larger than any he'd given her before. He looked like $1,000,000, his button-down white shirt contrasting with his navy tie and slacks. His hair, normally a little messy from the work he did, styled intentionally in a way that somehow made his features even more rugged-looking. As handsome as he was in his adult form, she couldn't help but remember the moment he'd done something very similar to James the night she freaked out before curtain. Crossing the room with purposeful steps, Robert ignored all the teenage girls who'd developed crushes on him in his time-building sets. Honestly, she couldn't blame them. Taking her hand, Robert pressed a kiss to her palm before smoothing a wayward lock of hair from her face. "You look gorgeous tonight." Blushing, Felicity looked down at her simple black dress. "It's nothing fancy." "It's not the dress," Robert said. His eyes never left her face as he spoke. "It's the girl in the dress, and it always has been. I don't want to keep you, but I wanted to bring you these, and also to let you know you've got a couple of super fans who'd like to say hi if you've got a minute." Felicity checked her watch. "I don't have to go out for a bit." As she expected, Robert went to the door, and an ecstatic Annie barreled through with her pink cast in tow. She'd spent so much time here at rehearsals that the drama department had deemed her their mascot, and she felt incredibly cool that a bunch of high school kids had signed her cast. She jumped in a flying leap towards Felicity, but thankfully motherly instinct had her catching the girl before they had to go back to the hospital. "There's my girl." Wrapping her arms around Felicity's neck and squeezing, Annie held her tight for a moment. "I'm so excited, Mommy. They're gonna do great, and Grammy said we can have ice cream at her house after the play." Her parents, who'd followed Annie into the room along with Micah and Sarah, didn't look the least bit guilty. What can I say? Grammy's a sucker. Felicity reached out and took her mother's hand around Annie. "And you get to be now." Their eyes met, and Felicity hoped Mom knew just how much she appreciated all they'd done for her. Since they'd arrived back in Reindeer Pass, Annie only had to stay with them once a week or so, sometimes twice. Because of that, Mom and Dad were able to spoil her like grandparents should, as they weren't having to step in as extra parents. "Thank you for watching her tonight." "We're going to have a sleepover," Annie giggled from Felicity's arms. "It's the best." Since they'd have to clean up after the play, Mom and Dad had offered to keep Annie that night. It meant Felicity wouldn't have to come over late to get her, since there was no way she'd be able to stay awake for that long. "You're going to have so much fun. Now, I reserved you guys some seats close to the front. Why don't you go out and get settled?" "We can do that," Mom said brightly, and held out her hands for Annie to basically monkey jump into. "It's going to be amazing, sweetheart. We're so proud of you." Dad wrapped her up in a quick hug. "We sure are, sweet pea. You have no idea how much." As he pulled back, Felicity swallowed the tears that threatened. It didn't matter how old she got, hearing that her parents were proud of her would always mean something. For most of her adult life, she'd felt like a screw-up in contrast to her golden boy, physician older brother. He was a great man and deserved every bit of their praise, but hearing they were proud of her too was even more special than she'd have imagined. "Thanks, Daddy," she choked out. Micah was up next, and he and Sarah sandwiched her in a big hug like they used to do as children. Micah playfully poked her in the arm as they ended the hug. "If I throw tomatoes at you, will I get kicked out?" "If you're going to throw something, I'd prefer it be one of your girlfriend's scones." Felicity winked at Sarah before giving her brother a soft punch to the gut. "Or a burger. That sounds great." "Noted. Let's get going, guys. I think Robert had one more surprise for Liz here." As her family turned to walk towards the door, Felicity turned a furrowed brow at Robert. "What other surprise?" "I could tell you, Sunshine, but I'd rather show you." Robert pulled the door open again, and there in the doorway stood Mrs. Friesen. She'd moved out of Reindeer Pass after she retired, gallivanting all over the world the last Felicity knew, but there she stood in her horn-rimmed glasses and curly gray hair. "Someone else wanted to see all the work you've put in." It was only at that point that she could no longer hold her tears back. Mrs. Friesen! Barreling into her former drama teacher's arms with the same energy Annie had earlier, the tears rolled down Felicity's cheeks. "I can't believe you came." "Dear one, do you think I'd miss this? My duckies are swimming on their own, and I couldn't be happier. Plus, the drama department took a nosedive before you got here. I wouldn't miss its comeback for the world. Now I know you have a million things to attend to, so we'll let you be. But please, at least once tonight, try and take in the magic of opening night. It's a special thing." As all the visitors filed out and Felicity gathered everyone around to say a few final words, she realized the magic of opening night was real after all. She and Shayla had bonded in a way she never could have predicted at the beginning of the school year, Students had found a love for singing, dancing, and acting when they'd just taken drama because they had no other options. Truly, the play itself wasn't even her biggest goal for the year. It was the confidence and passion her students had gained, coming alive on stage in the way she'd always hoped she'd be able to show them. Somehow, as Felicity watched them act their hearts out from backstage, it was as though every moment was perfectly orchestrated to lead them there. Even Robert's harrowing experience with the mountain lion the night before, the one that would have had her stomach tied up in knots were it not for the unexplainable peace that washed over her, felt like it had purpose. Walking back to Faith after falling away wasn't a road that was well marked. There were no road signs, and often there was no human leading the way. Still, the more she talked with Robert, Sarah, Micah, her parents, and actually listened to Cam's sermons, everything started to become a little less fuzzy. By the time they took their bows, Felicity couldn't hold back her tears. It had all been perfect, and what few line flubs they'd had were covered easily by the others on stage. Turned out, those improv exercises they'd done came in handy after all. Mrs. Friesen sat in the front row, starting the standing ovation as she clapped and cheered with every bit of exuberance Felicity always remembered from her. When the house lights came up, Annie came running up the stairs to the stage and hugged Felicity with just as much excitement as she had before. "Mommy, it was so funny," she giggled, and Felicity wondered which of the jokes her 4-year-old actually understood, but she hugged her close regardless. "I'm so glad you liked it, Doodlebug. Wasn't Shayla's dress for the prom scene pretty?" She'd asked Felicity to help her choose between a green one and a pink one, and she'd chosen pink because she'd known how much Annie would love it. "Yes, she looked like a princess." Her parents, Robert, Sarah, Micah, and Mrs. Friesen all came up for hugs after the play. They were all so complimentary, and it was hard to believe it was already over. Well, the play was. The floor was littered with popcorn, candy, and sticky spilled soft drinks that Felicity had promised Mr. Templeton they'd clean up after the play. Chris had already grabbed a broom and made his way up the aisles, but Templeton was nowhere in sight. Whether he'd even come that night was a toss-up, but it didn't really matter. The kids had done an amazing job, and they'd all had fun in the process. Annie yawned, and Felicity kissed her head just as Robert walked towards them with Cam and Harper. The pretty nurse smiled and waved at Annie, shooting her a wink as Annie grinned shyly over her grandmother's shoulder as they moved towards the doors. She was someone Felicity hoped to get to know better now that she'd moved home, but she'd been so busy the last few months that she hadn't made the time. "It was amazing," Harper said as she smoothed her cocktail-length green dress. It brought out her beautiful green eyes, contrasting perfectly with her red hair and light skin. I'd never seen that interpretation before, and I loved that they threw in so many nods to the original. "I hope it made it come alive," Felicity said. "They really seem to enjoy themselves, and I'm so proud of them. Thank you guys for coming." "Wouldn't have missed it," Cam said. "Besides, Robert's been talking nonstop about how amazing you are at your job here, so we figured we'd come see for ourselves." Harper elbowed him in the side, rolling her eyes at the handsome pastor with a southern drawl. "This is why we can't take you in public, Cameron." She giggled, and it was clear how enraptured Cam was with her. "Anyway, we'll get out of your hair. Great job again. Try to get some rest tonight." With the auditorium mostly empty save Chris and the students, Robert finally stepped forward to pull her into his arms. Pressing a kiss to her forehead, he shook his head. "You are amazing, do you know that?" He looked around, raising a brow at the mess the kids had only just started to pick up. "You guys have to clean all this?" "Yep, there's some kind of board meeting in here tomorrow night, and Templeton wants it spotless." She shrugged. "Guess I'd better get to work. Thank you for coming." Shooting her a look, Robert grabbed a trash bag off the stage from where Chris had laid cleaning supplies. "Now, what kind of a boyfriend would I be if I just left you to do all the cleanup?" Boyfriend? They hadn't exactly had that conversation yet, but Felicity couldn't find a bit of hesitation in her heart about it. How could I be so silly? The next day, Robert made another pass around the resort area with a sigh of relief. There didn't seem to be any more predator tracks since the ones they'd found the other night, but they still hadn't caught the person who'd done it. Brick had called all the employees in for a meeting, and Jace had questioned the grocery store manager about who had been buying an inordinate number of chickens, but they'd had no luck. On one hand, it really wasn't his job to try and solve that part of the case, but at this point it felt personal. He'd had to take down a bear, a bear that put Felicity's life in danger, and the resort had experienced a barrage of bad press due to the problem. Not to mention, he'd almost become dinner for a mountain lion. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he grinned when he saw Felicity's name pop up on the screen. "Hi there, sunshine." They hadn't really defined their relationship prior to his slip last night calling himself her boyfriend, but she hadn't seemed to mind. After they'd gotten everything cleaned up, he'd taken her for a late-night snack at a 24-hour diner in town and dropped her off back at her car the night before. She only lived a few blocks from the school, so he'd been able to make sure she got home safely without seeming like too much of an overbearing boyfriend. "I hope you slept late this morning." She chuckled, her voice a little thick from sleep. "I sure did. I was going to head over in a little bit and pick up Annie, but my mom just called and asked to take her shopping today, so I guess I'm free." Robert groaned. As much as he loved being in the woods, he'd much rather spend some time with Felicity than trekking around in the frost-covered forest looking for more chicken carcasses. "I wish I could hang out. I'm over by the resort today, but hopefully we'll crack this case soon and my work hours can go back to normal." He'd been pulling 60-hour weeks since the summer thanks to the predators, and the few hours he spared to help build sets for the play meant he sacrificed sleep. It was worth it, though. Every extra coffee cup was worth it to see Felicity warming up towards him again, and the time together they'd shared since. "Well," Felicity said, "why don't I come up and bring you some coffee? You guys found the bait, right? So it shouldn't be drawing in more predators for the moment. I could pick up some treats from the bakery and we could have breakfast." Robert almost turned her down, not really wanting Felicity in the woods, until they knew whoever had placed the bait hadn't acted again, but Earl had been out with the dogs already that morning before he took them back to their owner. They hadn't caught any more scents, and the team had buried the scents off the old ones in layers of sand and dirt. "I think that would be great. Just give me another hour to finish filling in the last bait hole, and I'll meet you in the resort parking lot. Dress warm. It's chilly this morning." "I will. See you soon." As she hung up, Robert hustled to finish the last of his work, noting the coordinates of the holes the perpetrator had dug earlier and double-checking that they'd filled them all in. The scent would probably die down through the winter as the blood broke down, but he wasn't taking any chances. He was about a mile from the resort when the sound of leaves shuffling put him on alert. The resort was in a natural lull right now between summer and ski season, so it shouldn't be a guest. Felicity would be there any moment, but he needed to get this checked out first. Moving as quietly as he could through the dense fallen leaves and underbrush, Robert ducked behind a large holly bush as his mouth dropped open. There, Wade Lawson, one of the late spring hires for the resort, held a shovel and 2 brand-new chicken carcasses. He looked frustrated and frantically dug a new hole before ripping the carcass from its store packaging. That explained why the grocery store didn't have anyone specifically buying lots of chicken. The shrink wrap on those 2 were from Hamilton, and it wouldn't surprise Robert a bit if Wade had been going to multiple grocery stores. Pulling out his phone, Robert snapped a photo and sent it to Jace. "Robert, got your perp, 1 mile northwest of the resort." Jace, "Bingo, be there in 5. Robert debated whether or not to try and apprehend Wade himself, but the question was decided for him when the familiar lights of one of the ATVs they used for fish and wildlife came rolling up the trail from the direction of the resort. They had trackers in their phones that didn't necessitate cell service, just in case any of them ever got lost or hurt. His heart had already sped up thinking it was just one of his employees, but it nearly beat out of his chest when he spotted Kenna driving the vehicle and Felicity on the back holding a bakery bag and drink holder. Wade had heard them the same time Robert did, and his eyes went wide and crazy, not unlike an animal who'd just been cornered. Kenna stopped the four-wheeler and jumped off. "Hey, stop right there." She still hadn't spotted Robert, but he stood and made his way towards them anyway. "Wade, you're the one who's been drawing the predators in. Why?" She sounded hurt, and Robert remembered how some of the guys had teased her about going on a date with him a while back. Before Wade spoke any further, he spotted Robert, and his hands started to shake and reach for what turned out to be the large pocket knife he'd used to open the plastic on the chicken. "I won't go to jail, I won't." "Look, man," Robert said with hands up, despite the fact that he had a pistol on his hip if he needed one. "I don't know that you're going to have a choice, but Jace is already on his way. Let's just go down to the station and we can talk about it." His main goal at the moment was to get Felicity and Kenna out of the situation without any injuries. If he could keep himself from getting stabbed in the process, that'd be great too. Wade began to shake his head wildly, but at that point his whole body had joined in. No, they said I'd be fine. It's not even a criminal offense to bury animals in the woods. Robert could think of at least 5 things they could charge him with, but that was Jace's jurisdiction. No, Robert just needed to get everyone out of here before the chickens enticed yet another predator right to them. Who's they? My boss. They own the resort in Caldwell Springs, and ever since that stupid baking competition came here last year, they've lost a bunch of customers to this one. So it's sabotage, Kenna growled. You're better than this, Wade, but there's not much we can do about it now. Come on, give me the chickens so we can bag them before any more predators catch their scent. The knife, previously pointing to the ground, swung up towards Kenna. No, you don't know anything about me. You decided after one date I wasn't good enough for you, and now you just want to arrest me to prove a point. I told you I'm not going to jail. He took a step towards Kenna, and Robert had no choice but to draw his own weapon. Just as Wade lunged for Kenna, the sound of the ATV's motor revved, and Felicity pushed the thing forward. Crashing straight into Wade mid-lunge, Robert's stomach dropped to the ground when he saw how the guy bounced over the front of the vehicle and onto Felicity before sliding off to the ground. Unfortunately, it caused her to lose control of the ATV and slam straight into a tree and fly out of the seat. As Kenna rushed to disarm Wade and Robert briefly registered Jace's voice approaching them through the dense forest, all he could focus on was the sight of Felicity's body limp on the ground and the blood dripping down her face. Chapter 17. Felicity woke to the beeping of medical devices and voices that sounded like they were coming through a tunnel. She could pick out Micah's voice, Robert's too, as well as both her parents. Her brother spoke in low, reassuring tones. She's going to be all right. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she wakes up within the next few minutes. The gash was pretty deep to her forehead, but it should heal up with no scarring. Gash? What? It all came flooding back to her then. Kenna had spotted her in the parking lot with a bakery bag and asked if she was coming to meet Robert. She'd offered her a ride since she was headed up that way anyway, and Felicity had figured it would be a nice surprise. Unfortunately, they'd interrupted Wade Lawson and his attempts to hide more bait for the area's predators. When he pulled his knife, she'd scooted forward on the still-running ATV, her plan in place without giving it much thought. The second he squatted to lunge, Felicity hit the gas, hoping she wouldn't leave Annie without either of her parents. Robert's voice cut through the foggy memories then, laced with anxiety and concern as she felt him place his hand on her arm. How bad is the concussion? It'll heal up. Her body is doing the work of healing right now. I gave her a mild sedative when she got here so I could stitch her up without a redo of her 7th grade softball incident in which she had to be held down by both our parents and 2 nurses to put stitches in her eyebrow. Felicity forced her eyes open then, scowling at her brother. I don't do that with needles anymore, Micah. I'm a grown woman. She shrugged, anger softening at the throbbing in her forehead. But thanks for the sedative anyway. Where's Annie? She hasn't seen me like this, has she? Mom stepped forward then, taking the hand Robert wasn't holding. She's with Sarah at the bakery. As soon as Robert called, we all came straight here. She ran a comforting hand up and down Felicity's arm. How are you feeling, sweetheart? My head hurts, but I'm fine otherwise. Her eyes swung to Robert. Did they get him? He didn't hurt Kenna, did he? No, Sunshine, he didn't hurt her. Jace took him down to the station and he'll be charged with a laundry list of things, I expect. He lifted her hand to place a kiss to her palm. What's your pain like on a scale of 1 to 10? Do you need more pain medication? He reached for the nurse button only for the door to open and Harper to walk through with Cam in tow. Oh, good, she said brightly. You're awake. Just came to check on you and get your vitals. Mom kissed Felicity's cheek. We'll go get Annie and let her know you're fine. Micah said you'll probably be here overnight for monitoring. Do you want us to bring her by, or do you think it would scare her? Felicity thought for a moment. Why don't we video chat once you pick her up? I'm afraid seeing me in a hospital bed would cause her anxiety. Just tell her I got a boo-boo like she did with her arm and she gets to have another sleepover with you. Of course. We love you, honey. Get some rest. Mom, Dad, Micah, and Robert all stepped out, leaving only Harper behind to get her vitals. You're lucky, she said wistfully. Having a supportive family is everything. It occurred to her that she knew very little about Harper's background. "Did you grow up here?" She bit her lip, fussing with the monitor for a moment. "No, I grew up in Colorado, but I've been in Montana since college." "Does your family still live in Colorado?" I'm not really sure. We're not close like yours." She didn't say anything else, and Felicity's heart went out to her. As Harper finished up with the blood pressure cuff, Felicity reached up to touch Harper's arm. They're missing out. She had no idea what Harper had gone through, but everyone deserved a family. "Thanks, that means a lot." Harper smiled sadly before opening the door to the hallway again. Robert and Cam walked through, the former much more urgent with his movements. "Gentlemen, she's all yours." Cam's gaze followed Harper as she left, something sad in his expression. Maybe one day the two of them would find their way to one another, but it really wasn't any of her business. As he and Robert each took a seat in the stiff plastic chairs, Felicity turned to face them. "It must be divine intervention that you're here, Pastor. I have a few things I'd like to talk with you about. Namely, if you thought there might be a woman in the church who'd be available to mentor me." Both men's eyes widened, the hope on Robert's face making him even more handsome. Cam spoke first, though, his southern drawl even more pronounced than normal. "I can think of at least 3 different women right now. Are you looking to go deeper in your faith, get some questions answered, or just have more regular accountability? I guess I've realized since I moved back that the faith I had as a kid was built on sand, and that's why it all fell apart when things got hard for me. I'd like to start from the beginning again and see where I end up." "Miss Cain," Cam said with a big smile that would no doubt have Harper a little weak in the... Robert placed his hand on the small of Felicity's back as they paused outside the restaurant event space where they had chosen to hold the drama club cast party. "Are you sure about this? You don't think you should be at home resting?" She had a concussion, for goodness sake. She'd only been kept for 1 night at the hospital, but Micah had released her under strict instructions to rest. Annie jumped up and down next to Felicity, pulling on her arm as she twisted and vibrated with excitement. "Come on, Mommy. I want to dance." "We're going, baby." Felicity turned to face Robert, her blue eyes still making him a little breathless after all this time. It helped that she'd chosen a dress of an almost identical color to the one she'd worn the first day he saw her, a bright blue that lit up all the shadows of his heart that had been present since the day she left. "I'm fine. We won't stay too long, but I want to go." "Okay, sunshine, but 1 yawn and I'm taking you home." He gestured towards the door with a wink at Annie. "Lead the way, little bit." She took off with a squeal, and Robert didn't miss the slight wince on Felicity's face, but she put one foot in front of the other anyway. Despite his misgivings about her going tonight, he honestly couldn't remember a time he'd been happier. She'd set up the mentorship through Cam, and Becca, the bakery's owner and Jace's older sister, would be the one helping her work through some of her questions. Becca had her own story of falling away and coming back to the faith, so Robert couldn't think of anyone better to guide her through the wilderness. They'd take things slow, as her faith journey had to take first priority over their relationship. Annie came next, but he'd waited over a decade to feel her in his arms again. He had no issues waiting a while longer now that she was finally here. "Miss Cain!" Shayla, James, and a few of the younger students rushed her. "We wanted to come to the hospital as soon as we heard, but Mr. Robert thought it might overwhelm you." Robert chuckled. "I told her you guys all sent your well wishes, but that hospital room was pretty small. Plus, she was intent on coming tonight anyway." He didn't mention they'd somehow gotten his number and his phone had gone crazy with a barrage of texts, but he couldn't blame them. Their drama teacher was pretty lovable, and he knew how it felt to worry about her. "I'm fine, guys. Just a concussion and some stitches. Let's enjoy the party." Felicity smiled, but Robert could tell she was already growing tired and probably had a headache from the music. Over the next hour, Robert managed to get Felicity to sit and watch the festivities, the school-approved playlist full of songs from their own teen years. The kids danced, Annie in the middle, and she was the star of the show. Robert wrapped his arm around Felicity's shoulders and leaned close to her ear. "I think you're raising a main character over there, Miss Cain." This time, her smile reached her tired eyes. She sparkles, doesn't she? Her eyes misted, and she sniffed. "I've never been sure of myself as a mother, but seeing her out there makes me think maybe I'm doing okay." Annie twirled again, letting the skirt of her floofy pink dress follow the motion. "You're doing more than okay. You're a wonderful mother, and no little girl is that happy without a stable and happy home life." He pressed a kiss to her temple, the one without the bandage, and breathed in her lavender scent. "You're an amazing woman, and I want you to know something." It probably wasn't the best time to tell her, there in a room full of students and their parents, but he couldn't help himself. "What's that?" Her voice was a little breathy, and he wondered if she felt the same waves of emotion he did in his chest. "I love you, Felicity Cain. I know we need to take this slow, but the day you left is the day my heart broke. I don't blame you for a second, but I know what it's like to live without you. If you leave again, you're going to have to work hard to convince me not to follow. You're it for me, and I plan to marry you one day. I plan to give that little girl the father she deserves, and I plan to raise more babies with you if you want them. That's always been the only future I was interested in, and it's the only one I see." A tear spilled over onto her cheek, but she didn't bother to wipe it. "That future sounds pretty good to me. I love you too, Robert. I've had the fake version of what we have, and I want the real thing. I'm not leaving again, and Annie and I will be the luckiest girls in the world to be yours." Lifting his thumb to wipe the tear from her cheek, Robert started to lean in for the kiss until Annie's happy voice cut through the haze. "Mommy, Mr. Robert, did you see me dancing?" She dove into Felicity's lap, effectively derailing the moment, but she was so cute that Robert couldn't be disappointed. "We sure did, sweet pea. You were the life of the party." She beamed and shifted her weight to wrap arms around them both, resting her head on Robert's shoulder while remaining in her mother's lap. Before Robert could focus too much on it, Shayla approached and took the seat next to Felicity. "Miss Cain, I just wanted to tell you my news. I got accepted to CU. I'm going to audition for their drama program in the spring." With a gasp, Felicity covered her trembling lips with her free hand. "Oh, Shayla, I'm so proud of you. Please let me help you prep for your audition. Do you want to major in drama as well?" Shayla pushed a lock of blonde hair behind her ear. "I'm not sure yet, but I definitely want to pursue it further." Covering the girl's hand with her own, Felicity nodded. "That's the perfect mindset to have. I can't wait to see what the future holds for you." One of Shayla's friends called her over for the conga line they'd formed, and the two of them sat back to watch the kids enjoy the innocent fun. As the night went on, Robert couldn't help but reflect on all they'd been through. He'd mostly cut his parents off years ago for making it clear their love was highly conditional, but as he suspected, Uncle Earl had no idea how they'd weaponized Felicity's pregnancy. For the first time in his life, Robert saw the burly bear of a man weep, and Felicity had accepted his apology with no explanation. As for Wade Lawson, he was behind bars and would be until his trial in the spring, though Brick was also pursuing legal action against the resort who'd hired him in the first place. Annie's soft snores on his shoulder jarred him from his thoughts, and he noticed Felicity trying her best to mask a yawn. He needed to get his girls home, a home that he had no doubt he'd share one day, though hopefully they'd share his instead. Sliding his ring on her hand would be one of the greatest moments in life, but they had some time before that could happen. In the meantime, he'd just enjoy the stage they were in and encourage Felicity as she worked through her doubts. "Ready to call it a night?" Felicity nodded, her eyes heavy where she stroked Annie's arm. "Let's go." Standing to his feet, taking Annie with him, Robert savored the feel of her complete trust in him to carry her as she shifted to snuggle into his neck. Reaching one hand down to take Felicity's hand, Robert waited while she bid goodbye to her students and their parents. It was still a little surreal to think of how many cast parties they'd left together back in high school, but he'd rather focus on the present. The Lord had been faithful in the years they'd been apart, and all they could do was trust him in the years ahead. Chapter 18. Felicity sipped a diet soda while Robert flipped the last of the burgers at the young professionals' cookout. She'd skipped the last one, mostly hiding from Robert at the time, so it felt nice to attend this one with him as a couple. He placed the cheese slices on the burgers, closing the lid of the grill just long enough to get it melted. "Are you warm enough?" She nodded, pulling the coat he'd already given her tighter as she smiled. She'd actually been warm enough before, but there was something nice about letting him take care of her now and then. It had been a little over a week since she'd been released from the hospital, and he'd called or texted at least twice a day when she went back to work. Some might find it a little smothering, but she'd spent so much time feeling alone despite the fact that her parents had been so wonderful. It was nice to have someone put so much thought into her well-being, and she tried to do the same in return. "I'm perfect, thank you." Leaning down to kiss her on the nose, not at all cold in his thick college sweatshirt, thanks to how much time he spent outdoors, Robert grinned. "You sure are? Is Annie with your parents tonight?" "She is, but they're at our house. I didn't want her to spend another night out of her bed after the accident last week, so I'll leave around bedtime tonight." It was a compromise, a balance she was trying to find between having a social life and still being the present mom she wanted to be. In Los Angeles, she'd been away from Annie far more, but it had always been for work. Doing it for things like dates and cookouts felt wrong, but her parents told her over and over again she deserved to restart her life. And restart it she had. For so long, it had felt like she lived life pedaling a stationary bike that had all the resistance in the world, but never went anywhere. She worked, she did her best to spend time with Annie, and she slept. Now, she had spare time and margin in both her energy and finances. At no point would she be rich, but fighting the guilt in doing a few things for herself felt like a dance she was still learning. Robert's eyes darkened, and he reached out to run gentle fingers over her stitches. They'd come out the next week, and Micah was already teasing her about needing to sedate her in order to remove them. "I try not to let my anger get the best of me when I think about what happened, but I'm glad Wade's not been able to make bail." His employers who'd sent him to Reindeer Pass in the first place had abandoned him at the first sign of trouble, but Brick and Jace had still managed to get enough evidence to have them charged as well. "I know, but I'm fine, and so is Kenna." She covered his hand with hers just as Robert leaned down to kiss her. It was soft and sweet, but still sent a ribbon of excitement down her spine that was comfortably calmed with the hug he offered when he broke the kiss. Micah's voice jarred them from their cocoon. "Now, if I'd have known you two were going to get all kissy-kissy at cookouts, I may not have worked so hard to bring you two back together." Snorting, Felicity remained glued to Robert's side. "What exactly did you do other than foisting off the set building on him?" "Hey, that's plenty." Micah stopped and looked around, pulling his phone out of his pocket. His voice lowered to a whisper, and he scrolled to an image on his phone. "I wanted to show you something before Sarah gets here." On the screen was an adorable brown puppy, tongue lolling out to the side in what looked for all the world to be a smile. "Oh, Micah," Felicity said with a small clap of her hands. "This is the cutest dog I've ever seen." "I'm hoping Sarah says the same. She's training for another ultra race, and I can't always join her on runs. These dogs are apparently great as running companions, and I'd feel better if she had something out with her on her runs. They won't be able to run the whole way together, but it's something." Her brother's thoughtfulness and protective nature were part of his charm. Felicity knew they were a big part of what Sarah loved about him. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "A boy. He was born in the shelter as the mom came in already pregnant. Brianna, she's Harper's friend and the only full-time employee over there, said he's got a ton of energy to burn. I hope he doesn't end up destroying her house, but we'll just have to make sure he gets plenty of exercise. His mom is a German short-haired pointer, but they're not sure what he's mixed with." "This is an amazing present, Micah. She's going to love it. When you pulled your phone out, I really thought you were going to show us a ring." She snickered at the way pink rose up in his cheeks, but she didn't miss the way Robert's embrace tightened around her for a moment at the word. Micah stuck his phone back in his pocket. "It's coming, little sis. Don't you worry. Think Annie will want to be a flower girl?" "I think nothing would make her happier, but you'd better stop yapping. Your girl just pulled up." The way his face lit up, despite the fact that Felicity knew they'd only been apart for a few hours, was adorable, and she happily returned his wave as he jogged off to join her. Burrowing back into Robert's hold, Felicity sighed. "I love seeing the people I love so happy." She felt his lips press down to her hair just as Cam approached with a large platter for the burgers. He looked preoccupied, and Sarah looked past him to see Harper on the phone with a stricken look on her face. Robert apparently noticed the same thing, his voice low as the pastor approached. "What's going on with Harper? She looks like she's about to cry." It was true. The normally happy redhead had a hand on her forehead as she spoke to whoever was on the other line, and it looked like her knees might be shaking in her jeans. "I don't know," Cam spat. "She waved me away when I tried to find out." The three of them watched her for another moment. and Felicity watched her face drain of color as her hand fell to her side. I just wish she'd tell me what's going on so I can fix it. Maybe you're not meant to fix it, Felicity said softly. Maybe you're just supposed to be her friend and pray the Lord fixes it for her. I don't mean to preach, especially not to a preacher. I just know I have a tendency to push people away when I need them the most. Robert's hand moved softly up and down her back, the meaning and promise that he wasn't going anywhere as clear in his touch as it ever was in his words. It's the hardest thing in the world to accept, brother, but sometimes it's not your battle to fight. I'm sure you're both right, Cam said as they watched Harper hang up her phone and all but run off in the direction of the park bathrooms. He knows what he's doing better than I do, and it's probably better if I just leave it alone, but this may just be one of those parts in me the Lord still has to refine. He placed the platter on the table next to them and jerked his chin upwards at Robert before taking off after Harper. Robert sighed, pulling back to open the grill's lid again. Well, I guess if the Lord can bring us back together again, he can work a miracle there too. Nah. And the outcome just might be better than either of them saw coming. Thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.